Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Hey, Jill. What's going on? Hey, Liz. Southern California in the chat. Hello, 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 everyone. Let's start this over. You know what? I was all ready yesterday with something that I wanted to play. I don't know what happened to my video. I had a video, one of my own videos. Now my own video has disappeared. I can't find it anywhere. That's why I'm late. I was like, where is that video? You guys may remember I did an award show, Beef Sector Award Show. I don't remember the title. I thought I clipped it and had it saved, and the video has disappeared. So we're going to have to go on and we're just going to have to go on. I just really wanted to play that. Uh, okay. Okay, first of all, happy Black History Month. And in the remembrance of Black history, I want to demonstrate why it is important that we always remember our own history. Let me share this with you because there has been a rewriting of Christianity. These white nationalists, these Christian nationalists, they are coming out here and they are saying some egregious things under the guise of Christianity. And if you do not know the history of Black Americans in America, the history was they used Christianity to keep the slaves in line. So, everything is turning back on its head. And these I want to call them white nationalists, these Christian nationalists are saying some of the most disgusting stuff under the guise of Christianity when it comes to Black people. See, this is why they are removing history out of the museums and all of this type of stuff because they want to play you for stupid. They look at you and they think that you're stupid. They look at the representation that is presented in the media, in movies about Black people, and they want to sum all Black people up as this representation that they only perpetuate in the media. So let me share with you some of the new things that they are actually trying. The link, the links to these videos are in my description box under Black History.
Narratives to life and keep history alive for everyone.
It begins with a question that cuts deep into the soul of history. What truths were so dangerous that an entire people had to be shielded from them? In the age of slavery, where chains were not only wrapped around wrists but around minds, words became weapons and silence became strategy. Among the cruelest to reinforce black bondage was not a whip or a shackle, but a book. Not just any book, but the Holy Bible, edited, revised, stripped, and mutilated to serve as a tool of control. Known now as the Slave Bible, this carefully censored version of Scripture was never meant to uplift. It was meant to pacify. It was created not to liberate, but to enslave. The Slave Bible was printed in 1807 by the Society for the Conversion of Negro slaves, a British Holy Bible for the use of the British West India Islands. From the outside, it looked like a Bible. It had the leather-bound cover. It bore the sacred words. But what it didn't contain, what was intentionally removed, was where its true purpose lived. It wasn't just a Bible with missing pages. It was a tool of psychological warfare. This edited Bible omitted roughly 90% of the Old Testament and about 50% of the New Testament. It removed nearly every passage that referenced freedom, resistance to oppression, and the dignity of the enslaved. The book of Exodus, which told of Moses delivering the Israelites from Egyptian bondage, was almost entirely erased. That story, of a people rising up, crossing the Red Sea, and breaking free, was considered far too provocative. Because what would happen if the enslaved Africans began to see themselves in that story? What if they began to believe they too had a divine right to be free? The colonial powers could not allow that spark to ignite. Passages like Galatians 3 verse 28, "There is neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither bond nor free, for ye are all one in Christ Jesus," were excluded. And so was Jeremiah 22 verse 13, which condemns those who build wealth on the backs of forced labor. Even stories of Jesus' compassion toward the poor and downtrodden were severely cut or reframed. The parts that remained were those that emphasized obedience, submission, and servitude. Slaves were told that God wanted them to serve their masters diligently, that they would be rewarded in the next life for being loyal in this one. What remained was a spiritual sedative, a gospel of obedience, a holy book with its soul cut out. To the enslaved, who were often forbidden to read entirely, the slave Bible became an extension of their chains. Where reading and literacy were allowed, it was tightly controlled. Some plantation owners and missionaries believed Christianity could be a tool to make slaves more obedient, more docile, more compliant. Religion, after all, has been used throughout history as a double-edged sword. In the hands of the oppressed, it can be a source of resistance and liberation. In the hands of the oppressor, it becomes a mechanism of domination. But the story doesn't end there. Despite the censoring, despite the control, enslaved Africans found ways to reclaim their faith on their own terms. Through secret prayer circles, coded spirituals, and hidden churches deep in the woods called hush harbors, they spoke of Moses. They sung about crossing rivers. They prayed to a God they knew did not support their bondage. Songs like "Go Down Moses" became hymns of resistance, disguising liberation theology and melody. Even without access to the full Bible, they understood instinctively what had been stolen from them, and they sought to take it back. The existence of the slave Bible raises chilling questions about the relationship between knowledge and power. The decision to create a censored Bible reveals that slave owners and missionaries knew the danger of ideas. They knew that the very words of the Bible, if read in full, could unravel the entire system of slavery. The truth was not safe for their empire. It had to be silenced, redacted, erased. And yet, it survived. Today, only 3 known copies of the original slave Bible remain. One of them resides in the Museum of the Bible in Washington, D.C. It is not a relic of faith, it is a relic of manipulation. But it stands as a vital historical artifact, forcing us to confront how systems of oppression can twist even sacred texts to serve their aims.
We also understand that 4547 wants a overhaul of what in all across the country museums. He wants a whole lot of slavery exhibits to be taken out of museums. So, do you think that it is important that one of 3 Bibles is in a museum in Washington, D.C.? As this numbnuts goes around and try to erase the facts because they live on lies in this administration? Okay, let's continue.
It reminds us of the incredible resilience of the enslaved. Denied literacy, they created oral histories. Denied access to full scripture, they forged a theology of freedom. Denied their humanity, they affirmed it in every whispered prayer, every escape attempt, every quiet act of rebellion. They were never just passive recipients of doctrine. They were active interpreters, even with fragments. And from fragments, they built hope. The story of the slave Bible is not just about what was taken away. It's about what couldn't be taken. Not truly. Not forever. Because the truth always finds a way back.
Okay, this link is in my description box. I wanted to share that with you. I find that it is important to share our Black history because a lot of us are unaware of our Black history. And some of you may be unaware of this new Christian nationalist bullshit that has come up. A lot of you are unaware of that national security, what is it? NSPM presidential Memorandum 7, the NSPM 7, National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, that says that if you are considered to be anti Christian, they will try to deem a way to designate you as a domestic terrorist in this country. A administration run by a man who stood in front of Turning Point USA, another Christian nationalist agenda driven that has a huge following of young dummies, another Christian nationalist driven platform. He stood before them and said that he wasn't Christian. But all of a sudden, this administration wants to try to designate you as a domestic terrorist if a neighbor call in and say that you are anti-Christian. See, this stuff is important. This is why it is important to know your history because they are trying to use this fake Christianity with these white nationalists preaching this bullshit to you. So let me make sure you are. I played this several times. I have played this several times for you. Now, you know, when the Secretary of Defense is studying under these types of people, and he has the whole United States uh, military at his disposal, and he refused to say if he would, upon command, sick the military on American citizens, and you should be frightened as a African American. So let's see what doctrine that your Secretary of Defense is sitting under. Pete Kegbreath. I know people want to say it's the Department of War. No, it is not the Department of War. It is still the Department of Defense. You can get dummies to believe anything, but until Congress allows the name of the Department of Defense to be changed, it is still the Department of Defense. All of this Department of War to try to sound tough, you guys, too many people are buying into bullshit. So let's see what doctrine, what Christian doctrine your Department of Defense Secretary is sitting under. A doctrine that says they don't believe that women should have the right to vote, among other things. But what does it say according that affects Black history that you should know? Let's get into this. Oops, I don't want to share that. I don't want to share myself. Let me let me share the correct thing. I don't want to share myself. Here we go. Hmm. Here we go.
Of slavery is not inherently evil. I know. Some of you guys are upset by that. Some of you guys are saying, I've been saying that for years. Okay, I'll take it a step further. It is not inherently evil to own another human being. I know. Just wait. Some of you guys are really upset, but let's talk through this because it is very important that every Christian affirm what I just said. And not only should they affirm it, every Christian in today's society should be able to defend what I just said. Okay? Every Christian should be able to defend it. Big evangelicalism has been getting this wrong for years, basically since the Genesis, since the advent of Big Eva. They haven't had a good answer for the slavery issue. All right. Christians in America have been led astray on this topic. They've been led to believe things that the Bible doesn't teach. And when we go beyond the Bible, there are dire consequences. The institution of slavery is not inherently evil. I know. Some of you guys are upset by that. Some of you guys are saying, I've been saying that for years.
Okay, let's go a little further. Let me find more of this clip. It re-looped on itself right there. Let me see if this is the whole.
Of slavery is not inherently evil. I know. Some of you guys are upset by that. Some of you guys are saying, I've been saying that for years. Okay, I'll take it a step further. It is not inherently evil to own another human being. I know. Just wait. Some of you guys are really upset, but let's talk through this because it is very important that every Christian affirm what I just said. And not only should they affirm it, every Christian in today's society should be able to defend.
So he wants every Christian in society to affirm and defend that slavery wasn't inherently evil. This is what they're teaching in these white nationalist churches that are using Christianity as a motherfucking shield against their fucking hatred of black people, of non-white people.
What I just said, okay? Every Christian should be able to defend it. Big evangelicalism has been getting this wrong for years, basically since the Genesis, since the advent of Big Eva. They haven't had a good answer for the slavery issue, all right? Christians in America have been led astray on this topic. They've been led to believe things that the Bible doesn't teach. And when we go beyond the Bible, there are dire consequences.
That isn't the whole thing. We've gotten there. Let me see.
Hey guys, did you know some drivers are ditching their car insurance and they're doing this instead?
The institution of slavery is not inherently evil. It is not inherently evil to own another human being. It is very important that every Christian affirm what I just said. And not only should they affirm it, every Christian in today's society should be able to defend what I just said.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel. My name's Ryan. I apologize if...
Hold on. Let me see if I can get the whole clip. I had the whole clip. I played the whole clip in other videos. No, he doesn't have the whole clip either. You get what I'm saying. He said that people who owned slaves throughout history, they were just men of their time. They weren't bad people. They were just men of their times. So you shouldn't look at them as bad people. Let me see if this one more. I think this is the one I already got. Let me see.
The institution of slavery is not inherently evil.
He's playing that sound effect himself. He thinks what he's saying is something cute, something that you should look at and like, oh, it's not that bad. There is a Keg Breath sitting with him right there. So to be sure, right here, you have Keg Breath sitting with this man right here. This is another pastor who says that women shouldn't vote. Let's see.
A new church has quietly opened here in Washington, just 3 blocks from the nation's capital. The Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth attended the first service. The church is part of the Communion of Reformed Evangelical Churches, and its aim is global Christian domination under a strict interpretation of the Bible. In this Situation Room special report, my colleague Pamela Brown went to Moscow, Idaho, to meet the controversial pastor behind it.
Christ Church senior pastor Doug Wilson makes no apologies for his beliefs on God and country.
I'd like to see the town be a Christian town. I'd like to see the state be a Christian state. I'd like to see the nation be a Christian nation. I'd like to see the world be a Christian world.
And now Wilson's controversial views as a Christian nationalist are gaining sway in the nation's center of power with the recent opening of his new church and high-profile parishioners like Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth.
Is planting a church in D.C. part of your mission to try to turn this into a Christian nation?
Yes. So every society is theocratic. The only question is who's Theo? In a secular democracy, it would be demos, the people. In a Christian republic, it'd be Christ.
Well, what would you say to someone watching this and say, look, I'm a Muslim. Who are you to say your worldview is better than mine, that your God is better than mine?
Well, if I went to Saudi Arabia, I would fully expect to live under their God's rules.
But you said earlier that you want this to be a Christian world.
Yes.
So you want to supplant their religion with your Christian.
Yes, by peaceful means, by sharing the gospel. There's a lot of work yet to do. I believe that we are working our little corner of the vineyard.
Wilson's Little Corner, a picturesque campus nestled on the outskirts of downtown Moscow, Idaho, is growing by the day with thousands of like-minded Christians. Parishioners of his church, known as Kirkers, own and operate several businesses downtown, next to liberal college town stores.
If it's true.
Why did he yell boo? Because it's
Because of me.
because of you.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
That's a regular day for you.
That's not unusual.
A big focus of his Christian movement is on a patriarchal society where men are dominant and women are expected.
Okay, hold on. Johnny Berry, no, get your facts right and get your spelling of the word right. It's not WRIGHT. And do not come in my chat with this bullshit. This is a chat based on facts. We're talking about American chattel slavery. So all of this, all of these talking points about bullshit that does not address what I'm addressing, you can save it, okay? Because lies will always be deleted in my chat. Okay, let's continue.
To submit to their husbands.
Women are the kind of people that people come out of.
So you just think they're meant to have babies. That's
Well,
it. They're just a vessel.
No, it doesn't take any talent to simply reproduce biologically. The wife and mother, who is the chief executive of the home, is entrusted with 3 or 4 or 5 eternal souls.
I'm here as a working journalist, and I'm a mom of 3.
Good for you.
Is that an issue
No.
for you?
No, it's not automatically an issue.
Josh and Amy Prince, along with their 4 kids, moved here from Washington State.
Do you see Amy as your equal?
Yes and no, in the sense that we're both saved by grace. We're absolutely on equal footing, but we have very different purposes, God-given.
But do you see yourself as the head of the household, as the man?
He is the head of our household.
Yes.
Yes, and I do submit to him.
So like moving here
I was just
was
going to say that.
ultimately your decision.
Yes.
That's a great
great
example.
example.
Wilson says in his vision of a Christian society, women as individuals shouldn't be able to vote. His fellow pastors, Jared Longshore and Toby Sumter, agree.
In my ideal society, we would vote as households. And I would ordinarily be the one that would cast the vote, but I would cast the vote having discussed it with my household.
But what if there's your wife doesn't want to vote for the same
Right.
person as you?
Right. Well, then that's a great opportunity for a good discussion.
There are some who have gone so far as to say that they want the 19th Amendment repealed.
I would support that. And I'd support it on the basis that the atomization that comes with our current system is not good for humans.
And Wilson, a veteran himself, is unapologetic about his view that women shouldn't be in certain leadership or combat roles.
Looking at the leadership page for Christ Church,
Right.
it's all men. Do you accept women in leadership roles in the church and government?
In the church, no.
Why?
Because the Bible says not to.
Well, that's not what happens in the Bible. Women do lead all the time.
Progressive faith leader Reverend Jennifer Butler is concerned about Wilson's growing influence.
he is rapidly gaining in power. He has hundreds of churches established around the country. They actually literally want to take over towns and cities, and they have access to this administration.
Wilson is part of a broader Christian nationalist movement making inroads with the Trump administration, with a newly created faith office led by evangelical pastor Paula White Cain, and people seen right outside the White House entrance praying and speaking in tongues.
We are standing on the soil of the White House, and we are declaring your word.
How precious! And now there's a monthly prayer service at the Pentagon, initiated by Hegseth, Wilson's highest level connection to the administration.
It's not organizationally tied to us.
So I guess Christianity, this white Christian nationalist theology doesn't say anything about screwing around on your wives. I guess that's allowed as well. Your wife can't vote, and your wife can't expect you to commit to her only. Okay, maybe that's it.
But it's the kind of thing we love to see.
For his part, Hegseth has publicly praised Wilson.
Now we're standing on the shoulders of a generation later, the Doug Wilsons and the others.
Wilson's influence spans the globe with more than 150 churches. Lennox Califangua moved to Moscow from Africa.
It's really because I wanted to be a part of a community that was doing something, and especially in building Christian institutions.
Are there other Black families in this community?
Oh, absolutely. There's a few Black families.
Wilson maintains all are welcome to his church, but he's also not shying away from his...
You notice none of those Black families are in leadership roles. You did notice all the leadership roles of the roster were all white men.
Past controversial statements on race.
I mean, what white man doesn't love a Django? What white man doesn't love a Byron Donalds? What white man doesn't love a Tim Scott?
Do you still believe what you said back in the 90s, that there's a mutual affection between master and slave?
Yes, it depends on which master, which slave you're talking about. Slavery was overseen and conducted by fallen human beings, and there were horrendous abuses, and there were also people who owned slaves who were decent human beings and didn't mistreat them. I think that system of chattel slavery was an unbiblical system, and I'm grateful it's gone.
What he also wants gone? Same-sex marriage, because he thinks homosexuality is a crime.
In the late 70s and early 80s, sodomy was a felony in all 50 states. That America of that day was not a totalitarian hellhole.
So you would like America to go back to that?
Yep.
Wilson maintains his ultimate goal is...
Okay, so sodomy is the thing that makes America a hellhole. Not these religious fanatics wishing to bear down their religious rule on all society. That doesn't make America a hellhole. Not all of these religious people who themselves like 4547 religious spiritual advisor who is in jail right now for abusing a underage minor. These are not the things that make America a hellhole. No. We can excuse all of the things that are done to minor girls in this administration, while we're talking about Christianity and jailing American citizens for being domestic terrorists based upon them being found to not agree with any Christian doctrine. This is where America is going right now. Okay, so this link is also in my description box. Why are you playing this? I'm playing this because it is absolutely important to know your history. Therefore, you can see what is on the horizon here in America with all of this fake Christianity bullshit that they're talking and that they are injecting into the America governing and the Department of Justice. This is why it is important that you know your history. Now let's Let me share this with you as well. This is in my description box under Black History.
Safe and that you're warm and things are going well with you in the storm that is impacting, what, 3/4 of the entire country? So again, my prayers are with you and I hope everything is going well. All right, so let's get into this video. This Pastor Joel Webbon, once again, he has made some extremely racist comments, very racist comments. And I feel the need to address his comments. And you'll see why in just a moment. So let's get right into this video. So here's this guy, Joel Webbon. Joel Webbon.
Hold on 1 minute. No, it means that I'm talking about the topic that I'm talking about. What it means is I'm not going to get off topic by some stupid ass troll. You're not going to get me off of the topic. I am talking about what I want to talk about. You can say, does it mean this? Does it mean that? It means exactly what you hear me say. That's what it means. And if you want to have an alternative conversation, go over to your YouTube channel, hit your live button and talk about what the dumb shit that you want to talk about. I am clear on what I'm saying. I'm speaking very fine English. So, don't try to distract me. Don't think that you're going to get me off point. My point is well taken care of, stupid. Let's continue.
And we're going to hear some remarks that he made recently. First, he's going to play a video from an African-American led church. And then he's going to comment. He's going to make some comments. And I'm going to respond to the comments that he made about this African-American church. The pastor of this church is Michael Todd, and I believe the church is located in Tulsa, Oklahoma. All right. So let's get into this video. You're going to hear, let me warn you, what you're going to hear is just foul. It's awful, but I'm going to respond to it. All right. And the response, I believe, is so important. I'm going to read it to you. When I want to make sure I've said everything I need to say, when I believe something is that important, I write it down so that I can make sure I covered everything I need to cover in this video. All right, so I'm going to read you my response. So let's go and hear what he said.
Let me talk to him for a second. Listen, I declare this will be the year of overflow in your life. That everything God has promised will come to pass. Let it start in your mind, go to your heart, and end up in your family. And whenever you hear it say, I'm just trying to live in the overflow. That ain't me talking, that's the Holy Ghost. Go and get the bag, give me bag for the thing.
About 90 to 95% of the Black church in America is objectively, by the standards of Scripture, heretical. It doesn't even constitute a true church. They're teaching things that are absolutely in direct opposition to the Christian faith. If you listen to the message and you believe what they're saying, you will go to hell. I love Black people. I want them to know Christ. And currently, there are not enough Black men in America, Christian men, who know enough theology to be able to be qualified to pastor Black churches. The Black church in America needs to be split up. It needs to go and find a good, God-fearing white church with biblically qualified men so that they can hear the real gospel of Jesus Christ and come to saving faith in him.
The Black man is not smart enough and to know theology to even pastor a church. All Black churches need to break up and go to some good white teaching churches that will teach you that you should not expect anything good in this life. You like they taught the slaves, you will get your rewards in life after you die. This is what this man is teaching. So is America been made great again? Is America great yet? because these are the people who have the ear of this administration. This administration who has put a memorandum in a national security memorandum in play, that if you are deemed to be not Christian enough, you will be deemed to be a domestic terrorist. Do you see? This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. I don't give a fuck about somebody saying that all races of people had slavery. I'm talking about what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this administration. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about our people today, the tyranny that we are under in this administration. So all of that other bullshit, you can miss me with this bullshit. I'm talking about exactly what I'm talking about.
If you're looking to get a new fence with fast installation in the lowest prices of the year, right now might be the...
All right, so you heard all of that garbage for yourself. All right, so this man's name is Joel Webbon. Webbon leads Right Response Ministries and pastors Covenant Bible Church near Austin, Texas. He uses his platforms to push, as you just heard, white Christian nationalism and openly racist messaging. Webbon told white audiences black strangers pose exceptional danger and urged white parents to warn their children accordingly. He routinely peddles racist fear-mongering without creditable evidence. He platforms...
Hold on one second. Caesar, do not curse in my chat. If you curse in my chat again, you will be removed. And Lorda Cartaz, or whatever the fuck your name is, you don't deem what a person chooses to call themselves. You're not the arbiter of what someone chooses to call themselves. If someone chooses to call themselves African American, how does that affect you and how you live your life? Huh? And what is it to you, what someone chooses to call themselves? Stay on topic, stupid. Let's continue.
Other white supremacists, such as Nick Fuentes, the leader of the Groper movement. Webbon is part of a growing white Christian nationalist movement that's using or attempting to use the Bible to normalize white supremacy. Now, I tell you this, I wouldn't give this guy the time of day, except for the fact that he has the ear of folks in the Trump administration.
That's exactly what I did. I told you not to curse in my chat. Do you not fucking understand when I tell you not to curse in my fucking chat? That's exactly what I told you to do, bitch. And if you don't like it, you're more than welcome to leave. I said what I said, motherfucker. Yes, that's what I said. Stupid. Let's continue.
All right. So he is not just another person out here running his mouth. No, he's connected. He's like Charlie Kirk. Some even think that he may become the next Charlie Kirk. So we cannot take these voices lightly. We must respond to them. Now, here's what you heard him say. He said 90 to 95% of the black church in America is objectively, by the standards of Scripture, heretical. Heretical. In other words, 95%, 9 out of 10 black churches preach heresy, and the pastor is a heretic. So he's condemning the black church. 95% of something is practically all of it. So he is basically condemning the entire black church. He said it doesn't even constitute a true church. He says they're teaching things that are absolutely in direct opposition to the Christian faith. If you listen to the message and you believe what they're saying, you will go to hell. I love black people. I want them to know Christ. And currently, there are not enough black men in America, Christian men, who know enough theology to be able to be qualified to pastor black churches. So he's also attacking black men, that we just don't have the qualification to lead successful churches and to disciple believers in such a way that they will go to heaven instead of hell. The black church in America needs to be, watch this, split up. It needs to go and find a good, God-fearing white church with biblically qualified men so that they can hear the real gospel of Jesus Christ and come to saving faith in him. This is what this racist bigot says, this white supremacist. The black church is nothing. Black men are not qualified, and black people cannot become true, strong Christians and go to heaven unless they join white churches. Now, again, the knee-jerk reaction to this guy may be, why are we giving any attention to this man? Why? Because as I said, he is close to power. And the things that he says can become policy in this administration. That's why we're giving him attention. Many of you had never heard of Charlie Kirk until I did several videos about Charlie Kirk. And I can recall some of you saying, why are we giving this guy any attention? And you did not know at that time how powerful Charlie Kirk was. So I don't waste my time. That's why I'm giving this guy this attention. So I'm going to give a response. As I said, I'm going to read it. It's going to be biblically based. It's not going to be a bunch of emotions, although I'll probably get passionate as I'm reading this, because this is some horrible things that he has said about the black church and black men. Now, my purpose for doing this is to defend our community, to defend my clergy colleagues and myself, I'm included, and those that he don't think are qualified to lead churches, to defend civil rights because these people despise civil rights, and most importantly, to defend the church, because I want you to understand that what you're hearing coming from this man is not representative of Jesus Christ. It's not biblical. It's not true Christianity. This is racist hate. This is white supremacist theology. All right? And I want you to be very clear about that when you hear this garbage.
I didn't know what honey does to testosterone.
Hold on, I apologize.
Honey is the ideal snack for a stable.
All right? Now, there are a few verses of scripture that I want to read. Matthew 5:13. Let's start there. You are talking to the church. This is Jesus talking to the church. He said, you are the salt of the earth. But what good is salt if it has lost its flavor? Can you make it salty again? It will be thrown out and trampled underfoot as worthless. This man, if he ever had any saltiness, he has lost it. He has lost it. And Jesus said, when salt has lost its saltiness, what good is it? What good can it do? It can no longer flavor what you put on it. I mean, when you use it, it no longer can preserve whatever you put it on. So it's good for nothing to be thrown out and trampled underfoot as worthless. Now, I'm not calling this man worthless, but I'm calling his theology worthless. I'm saying that his theology has no saltiness, none whatsoever. Matthew 5:14 goes on to say, and you're the light of the world. But this man's theology is neither salt nor light. And here's the problem with that. Again, he's adjacent to power in this country. So if there's no saltiness, no light in what he's saying, that's going to be passed on to the leaders of this country. And then that's going to wreak havoc in this country. You see, it was the preachers during slavery, white preachers who were dark, not light, not salty, but they were dark. And because they had a theology of darkness, of enslaving our ancestors, they justified enslavement of our ancestors with the actual plantation owners. They also communicated their darkness to the framers and founders of this country, who then embedded and enshrined Black inferiority, Black enslavement in the Constitution of our country. So white preachers play a pivotal role in white supremacy. And that's why we have to do the equivalence of checking them. So I intend to check this guy in the things that I am about to say. Let's get started. So what you heard in that video is worse than the Klans, the Ku Klux Klan's hateful and racist rhetoric. Here's why. A Klansman wears his hatred plainly so society can see it and hopefully reject it. But a so-called Christian man who carries the same racial cancer, the same racist cancer as the Klansman, but wraps his hate in Bible language and terminology, okay, not only undermines the credibility of Christianity itself, but also weaponizes it into both a sword and a shield.
Weaponize it into a sword and a shield. Let me stop right here, because someone said that what is it? Where is this ignorance? That's right. You have to be able to read. Be able as in one word. You have to be able to read. Those are two different words. And I am well able to read. I am well able to write as well. I know the difference between the words your and your. It's not you're a race baiter. It's you're a race baiter. If you want me to read, I will read you. So you're sitting up here thinking you're saying something that is insulting to me, showing your ignorance. You don't even know how to use the right word. It's your, as in you are. YOU''RE. It's not your, as in your possession, you stupid dummy. So what are you proving? I'm able to read, and I'm also able to write, and I'm also able to correct your stupid post that you're too dumb to know the difference between the words your and your. Something that you should have learned in the 4th or 5th grade. But you think you turning it. You think you're in here turning it and insulting someone with your ignorance. Goodbye. Let's continue on, because they just turned it
for white dominance, hatred, power, and so on. So what you just heard there, not only does that justify slavery and so on, not only is it, in other words, a shield, but it's also a sword. In other words, they use it to advance white supremacy. And that's why we got to push back strongly. Joel Webbin claimed that 90 to 95% of the so-called black church is heretical, that it's not even really a church, and that black churches lead people to hell, and it needs to be dismantled and be subsumed in whatever white churches are willing to accept black people. Because in another video, he indicated that blacks would have to deny black culture and so forth in order to be allowed to join his church. That racist, nonsensical, and unbiblical claim fails on every level, including biblically, historically, logically, and morally, and on all other levels. It also exposes just how broken and racist white theology is. You know, I've been doing videos on exposing white theology. That's another reason why I do these videos, so that you can hear for yourself what is being preached in many of these white churches. And by the way, some of you sit up in these white churches and you allow this stuff to go into your subconscious minds.
Have you ever seen people flipping houses and say, man, I wish I could make money like them? They've got dumpsters there. They've got contractors going in and out.
All right, so the number one thing that I want to say to refute this is, number one, the Bible doesn't recognize churches based on the social construct of race that Europeans created. So when he talks about the black church, the Lord doesn't see a black church or a white church. So that shows you right there, he is off theologically. The New Testament creates no racial categories in the body of Christ. In fact, it does just the opposite. In Galatians chapter 3, verse 28, it says there is no longer Jew or Gentile, slave or free, male and female, for you are all one in Christ Jesus. So there is no black church, white church, Asian church, Arab church. Of course, you can go into church buildings and see predominantly one race, so-called race or another, right? Go in any church and you will likely see a majority of white people, black people, and so on. But
these white nationalists want to tell you about the Bible. These same people who are trying to say that all of the slave owners weren't bad people, as they ruled under a fake Bible where they took many passages out of the Bible. Did you hear any of these white nationalist pastors, alleged Christian men, tell you about the passages that they took out of the Bible to try to rule their slaves and keep them meek? Nah, you didn't hear any of that. And if you don't know your black history, you'll never hear any of that. If 4547 is allowed to strip all the museums of actual facts, that he wants to rip the museums of the it's too much slavery in the museum, and it doesn't make people feel good about, and it's not factual about America. It's absolutely factual about America. That's why 4547 want these things stripped from museums. Happy Black History Month. All of the links that I played are in the description box. So that is what I wanted to share with you on this Black History Month. Thank you, Stomp Down. I appreciate you. I am glad you're here. Hit the like button, you guys, since you're here. I also, let's be clear. Why is all of this important? Why is all of this important? Because your national news are not telling you. Trump's NSP M7, National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, labels common belief as terrorism indicators. New directives targets anti-Christian, anti-American, and anti-capitalism opinions as terrorists. Okay, let's with the mainstream media distracted by the made-for-TV drama of James Comey indictment, 4547 has signed a little notice national security directive identifying anti-Christian and anti-American views as indicators of radical left violence. Called the National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, is being referred to as NSPM 7 by administration insiders. This is the first time in America's history that there is an all of government effort to dismantle left wing terrorism. Trump's Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller, of all people, said, referring to the issuance. To the extent that the major media noticed the directive at all, even C-SPAN incorrectly labeled it as an executive order, like this week's designation of Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization. So even C-SPAN got it wrong and said that it was an executive order. No, it's a national security order. Okay, now let's see. Let me see. Okay, let me tell you what it is. It's hard to overstate how much different NSPM 7 is from the over 200 executive orders Trump has frenetically signed since coming back into office. An executive order publicly lays out the course of day-to-day federal government operation, whereas a national security directive is a sweeping policy decree for the defense, foreign policy, intelligence, and law enforcement apparatus. National security directives are often secret, but in this case, the Trump administration chose to publish the NSPM 7 only the 7th since he's come into office. Okay, let me go on. This link will be in the description box. The NSPM 7 countering domestic terrorism and organized political violence. President 4547 directs the Justice Department, the FBI, and other national security agents and departments to fight his version of political violence in America, retooling a network of joint terrorism task force on leftist political violence in America. This vast counterterrorism army, made up of federal, state, and local agencies, would, as Trump aide Stephen Miller said, form the central hub of that effort. The NSPM 7 directs a new national strategy to disrupt any individual or groups that foment political violence, including before they result in violent political acts. So, what they're saying is, you don't even have to do anything that they are saying is against your government. They're trying to get you before you do it. They're trying to say, hey, because you believe this way, which is in your constitutional right, we're going to designate you a terrorist before you can do any terrorist acts. This is what your government is doing. While you sitting up here arguing back and forth with me about some fucking agenda that you have. You don't even know what your government is doing to you. These are predictors. They're going to say that they're predicting that. Why do you think that they have Palantir? And when Peter Thiel and Alex Karp tells you that Palantir is a predictor of who will most likely commit crimes. And now they have this NSPM 7 that says that they are looking to deem you as a domestic terrorist based, including before they result in violent political acts. They're going to say you're a violent political actor based upon what Palantir tells them. In other words, they're targeting pre-crimes to reference the Minority Report. The Trump administration isn't only targeting organizations or groups, but even individuals and entities whom the NSPM 7 says can be identified by any of the following indicators of violence. Any of these indicators. So I'm pretty sure these indicators are very specific. I'm pretty sure to deem you as a domestic terrorist, these indicators are going to have to be real specific. Let's see how specific these indicators that they're looking to deem you or pre-deem you a domestic terrorist. Let's see how specific these things are. Anti-Americanism. What is anti-Americanism? How do you deem somebody as anti-American? Anti-Americanism. So that's all they're going to have to say. Whatever you do in your life, if they deem it to be anti-Americanism, you're going to be deemed a domestic terrorist. Anti-capitalism. Is that specific enough for you? Who is to say what is or what is not anti-capital? Who is to deem your belief in the capitalist system? Anti-Christianity. Now, so if you are of another religion, if you are Muslim, if you are Hindu, are they going to lock up J.D. Vance's wife? So if you are anti-Christian, if you practice no religion, so does that make you a domestic terrorist? It seems so now. It seems to be that way now. Support for the overthrow of the United States government. Extremism on migration. What is extremism on migration? What exactly is that? If you believe that the United States should have a pathway to citizenship for people, if you believe that there should be some type of immigration program in the United States, would you then be extreme on migration? Extremism on race, but I'm pretty sure the extremism on race will not apply to white people. I'm pretty sure because if it did, they would not. The Department of Justice would not have taken the fact that white nationalist extremists were on the watch list in the United States. And they would not have removed them from the watch list. But now we are to believe that extremism on race is important to this Department of Justice, that removed white nationalists from the terrorist watch list. They weren't on the terrorist watch list, that had been deemed to needing to be on a terrorist watch list. But they want you to believe that extremism on race is a predetermining factor that will show that you are a domestic terrorist. On the left. On the left. See, these are only things that they are trying to deem you to be a domestic terrorist if you are on the left. Not on the right. So I guess they can take people who are on the right off of a watch list to be watched if they are right-winging people who have extreme race ideas. But God forbid that you have extreme ideas on the left. Isn't that funny how that works? Extremism on gender. So I'm pretty sure that would be the trans situation. I think that they would call that extremism because how many times a week do we have to hear about trans athletes? Like they are dominating all sports and all of this shit. So they're gonna stop you from agreeing with it at all. I don't agree with that genetic males should be playing sports for female. But that doesn't rule my world. That doesn't make me think that someone who does believe that's okay is a domestic terrorist. Okay. What else? Hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on families. Hostility towards those, isn't that specific? You're going to be deemed a domestic terrorist if you have hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family. So, what would be traditional American views on family? Would that be, the views that Hexef has about the American family? The motherfucker who has impregnated one wife while he's pregnant to the current wife 2 and 3 different times. Would that be the American family that 45, 47 has procreated by cheating on all of his wives with the next wife? Would that be the American family that you have to be hostile against? What if you believe in being loyal to your mate? Would that be hostile to the traditional American views on family? Since we're trying to normalize these whoremongers in office, and since we're trying to act like these people are indicative of the perfect American family, what the fuck? What the fuck are we talking about here? This is in a memorandum to hold people in the United States as domestic terrorists. And they're talking this shit how you should live your life, how they're going to predetermine if you are a terrorist based on this bullshit. Hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on religion. What is a traditional American view on religion? What does that entail? Hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on morality. Y'all didn't know about this NSPM 7? If you don't hold traditional American views on morality, you can be predetermined to be a domestic terrorist. The United States requires a national strategy to investigate and disrupt networks, entities, and organizations that foment political violence so that law enforcement can intervene in criminal conspiracy before they result in violent political acts, the directive states. So, they can deem you to be any of the above things, and you don't even have to commit any political act of violence to be deemed a domestic terrorist because they say so. All of this is all of these things that they can pin on you. All of these whoremongers, all of these people who are hiding the Epstein file can pin shit on you that you have and deem you a domestic terrorist, and you don't have to do a thing but live your life how you choose to live your life. You know the reason why people came from England to America, to not be persecuted under a king's rule. But these are the things that they are going to say. Hey, well, let's say she has extreme views on religion. Let's say that she has hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family. What is a traditional American view on family? What do they call this nowadays? What do they call this nowadays? A whole administration are hiding the Epstein files. A whole administration who is putting out the names of the victims of the Epstein file and hiding the actual perpetrators of what was done to these victims. A whole president sitting up in the Oval Office talking about he's been cleared since these last 3 million pages from the Epstein file came out, when in fact his name has been mentioned in these files over 5,000 times. And he sits up and tells you that we should start talking about something else. Okay. Let me drop this link in the chat because I know a lot of you are not familiar with it because the for-profit media is not familiarizing you with it. Here we go. This is the NSPM 7. I suggest you take a gander at that. I got that from Ken Klippenstein's Substack. If you are not familiar with Ken Klippenstein, I suggest you go over and pay him a gander. Because he does great work. He gets great documents that he does post. He does not just tell story. He posts a whole lot of these memorandums and different notes that are sent down throughout this administration. Go over there and check him out. He also, guess who they found? Guess who they found? You know how they say that they are trying to target Antifa, and Antifa is not a real thing. It's not a real organization. It is an idea of fighting anti-fascism. But they say Antifa is a group, and now the Fed says they have identified the leader of Antifa. Now let's get into that. Let's get into this. Let's get into this ignorance that they had a FBI agent sitting before Congress, and a senator asked him, where is Antifa located? He couldn't answer the question. Who are Antifa members? He couldn't answer the question. But now they say they have feds have identified the leader of Antifa, and here he is. You see this? Let's see. Chandler Pateley, leader of Antifa, alleged Fedor Zarkin of the Oregonian. Let me see. 29-year-old Chandler Pateley has been regularly protesting outside of his local ICE facility in South Portland for months, offering up his apartment to fellow protesters to use the bathroom, wash off pepper spray, according to local news. The Department of Homeland Security, however, he is the leader of Antifa in Portland, Oregon. You see how that works? You see, based upon this NSPM7, because this man has been within his right to protest his government and allow people to use his bathroom to wash pepper spray off of their faces. You know how they are just walking up to people and spraying them just because they're there within their rights to protest their government. Now, all of a sudden, he's the leader of Antifa in Portland. You see how this works? They have determined that Antifa is a domestic terrorist group. So because he has done this, your government had deemed him the head of Antifa in Portland. Okay? They couldn't tell you shit about Antifa when they were sitting before Congress. But now they have found the leader of Antifa. Oh, okay. That phrase appears in an internal report produced by the Department of Homeland Security, the largest law enforcement agency in the country. As they see it, Pateley, a young man accused of no crime and who looks like a random protester plucked off the streets of Minneapolis, is a domestic terrorist. In Pateley's apartment, Fox News host Laura Ingrams, Jesse Waters saw something sinister, an Antifa safe house, as they called it in multiple segments. This kind of ideology is hardly unprecedented by the standards of cable news, of course, but the federal government is buying into the hysteria too. Documents leaked to me on how Pateley and countless other American protesters have been branded as domestic terrorists. As a result, their private information is now being collected and stored in a Department of Homeland Security intelligence system shown below. Because you're protesting, because you are helping people wash off pepper spray, the Department of Homeland Security is deeming people domestic terrorists. This is what your Department of Homeland Security is trying to secure. A reason to stop you from protesting this administration. Your constitutional rights. Okay, here is an example. Ask about Petley's inclusion in the system and how this squares with the spokesperson, Trisha McLaughlin, the lion bitch. Response to my reporting on DHS's watch list. There is no database of domestic terrorists run by the Department of Homeland Security. Bitch, we already got the memo. Ken Klippenstein has already shown the memo in a prior report. If you don't go over here and check out Ken Klippenstein's reporting, you are doing yourself a disservice. Because not only does he report the story, he shows you the memos. The government elevation of an ordinary citizen like Petley to a terrorist mastermind is the result of a subtle bureaucratic process revealed in this and other DHS documents I've obtained. He has obtained them, and he has shown you the documentation from this administration. Now, Trisha McLaughlin is sitting up here lying like she always does. They show that since almost the beginning of the 45-47 administration, Department of Homeland Security has been desperate to pull together evidence, no matter how thin, of an epidemic of left-wing domestic terrorism. This bureaucratic imperative to find terrorists among protesters is what got Renee Good and Alex Preddy killed. Custom and Border Protection, as well as other DHS sub-agencies, are hard at work producing evidence to feed the domestic terrorism frenzy through the intelligence reporting system, Next Generation IRSNG, a portal created to track foreign terrorists trying to sneak into America. As I've reported, there are so many databases both to feed into and extract data from that analysts need a separate reporting system to sort out what is known and who the potential targets should be. According to DHS security records through the IRSNG, federal agents can access at least 28 different databases the government maintains, including a terrorist screening database, watch list services, secure flight passenger data, automated targeting system, importer security filing and consignment manifest, automated commercial environment, arrival and departure information system, automated export system, advanced passenger information system, border crossing information, electronic system for travel authorization, electronic visa update system, global enrollment system, I-94 data, non-immigration information system, seize assets and case tracking system, National Crime Information Center, Internet Identification Index, Central Index System, student and exchange visitor programs, enforcement and integrated database, criminal arrest records and immigration enforcement record, electronic questionnaires for investigating purposes, national security entry exit registration system, Social Security Administration, death master file, counselor consolidated database, automated a biometric identification system. Who is in charge of this? The Department of Homeland Security can go into all these different databases to collect information on you because you decide to protest your government, which is within your right as an American citizen. To to put you in a vague box of being a domestic terrorist based on that NSPM7 I just showed you. And these are all the systems that they have. And you do not even have to commit a crime. It's to predict and stop you before you commit a crime using all of these data systems available to them. How do you think you're going to fare in this midterm election? How do you think you're going to fare since 4547 is trying to federalize the midterm elections? Not, maybe not over the whole United States. You notice the 4547 says about 15 states they need to federalize the elections. Well, if you're federalizing the elections, wouldn't you be federalizing the election in all 50 states? No, we just need them in about 15 states. And he named specific cities like Philly, like Atlanta. You wonder why he's talking about Philly and Atlanta? Isn't that a majority? Don't these cities have a high concentration of black voters? Okay. So where are all the people who were always screaming about states' rights? See, it is not the federal government job to deem how elections go in every state. Those are states' rights. So where are all the states' right people when 4547 is clearly hammering to steal these midterm elections, if we even have midterm elections? So if you haven't gone over to Ken Klippenstein, I would suggest you go over and check out Ken Klippenstein. Let's see. They got his locations. He was identified through open source research and as an active participant in the protests. Okay. Online platform indicate he is the leader of Antifa in Portland. The report continues, adding Petley is seen in many videos advocating the principles of Antifa. What would those principles be? Specifically, what are the principles of Antifa? Online platforms, or in other words, random shit they saw on X and Twitter, TikTok, or whatever. The same hysterics, it turns out, peddled by Fox News, whose host Laura Ingraham in October declared in a segment, Antifa, Safe House exposed. Portland police looked the other way. Now here's Laura Ingraham, and Antifa Safe House is exposed, and Portland police looked the other way. We've identified the Antifa ringleaders and turned everything over to the Department of Homeland Security. So Laura Ingraham is the reason why this guy is deemed a terrorist. Imagine that. Portland police know where the safe house is. They're just steps away and still refuse to act. Laura Ingraham knows where the Antifa safe house is, but she don't know where her real original face is. Make that make sense. Okay. Portland police looked the other way because there wasn't much to see. Asked about his supposed safe house, a soft-spoken Petley let the local news see it for themselves. This is my very normal apartment. It has been referred to by right-wing social media grifters as the Antifa safe house, Petley told the Oregonian. But I just let people use my sink and use my bathroom. So, because Laura Ingraham says it so, he has now been deemed by your administration to be the head of Antifa. Ridiculous as all of this might seem, Homeland Security officials tell me that many, if not most, federal agents have taken all of the rhetoric about shadowy Antifa networks to heart. So, that's all I got on this. Let me put the link. Let me put the link in the chat. You guys need to go over there and check out the. I think there's something else he reported on though. Before I leave, let me see. I think there was one more story I wanted to report on. Let me caution you about what is actually going on in your government. ICE are unloading. Even the ICE workers are saying, fuck this shit. ICE is making a list of anyone who films them. Understand that ICE has a exorbitant budget, and you are being put on the ICE watch list for simply filming them. When they put these cameras up in your face, they're not just videotaping you, they're identifying you. They have facial recognition features that they are using to identify you for simply filming their actions. And the Department of Homeland Security has ordered immigration officers to gather identifying information about anyone filming them and to send that information to Intel, who will do a workup on them. A federal law enforcement official directly involved tells me, meaning trying to identify them via social media, running their license plates, if available, and running a criminal history check, the official explained. If you have the audacity as a citizen of the United States to do which is in your constitutional right to film these actions that are taking place in a public street, it is not against the law to film what you're able to see with your eye in public. But if you decide to film a ICE agent who wants to hide all the brutality that they are inflicting out here in broad daylight on the American people, you are going to have be worked up in some type of a government agencies. They're going to do a workup on you for doing nothing illegal. Understand that. The directive is part of a sweeping nationwide effort by U.S. immigration authorities to identify anyone and everyone trying to film their conduct. How dare you try to film my conduct? This includes not just ICE, but other Department of Homeland Security agents like the Border Patrol as well. The ultimate goal is to create a list of anti-ICE protesters. Now, because you're filming their actions, you're anti-ICE. Maybe you're just reporting what they're doing. So they feel that you're filming them means you're anti them because they know they're doing a whole lot of illegal shit. So God forbid they are someone may have video of it and they may be held accountable for the illegal shit that they are doing, because it is too difficult for them to be the border in of the what did they call Obama, the deporter in chief, and do it the legal way. So they will do it the illegal way and then try to criminalize you for filming the illegal shit that they're doing, because they are so subpar, because this administration is so subpar that they must do things brutally and illegally because they're trying to catch up with a black man who did it successfully and there was no uproar in the street behind it. And also, they want to put fear in you. They want to put fear in you, that you will be afraid to practice and to live within your rights as an American citizen. They want you to second guess your rights. Because if you live within your right as an American citizen, you are going to have hell to pay. So are you willing to give up your rights? They feel that a lot of you are willing to give up your rights. Okay. The directive is part of a sweeping national effort by the U.S. immigration authorities to identify anyone and everyone trying to film their conduct. This includes not just ICE, but other Department of Homeland Security agencies like Border Patrol as well. The ultimate goal is to create a list of anti-ICE protesters which the Trump administration believes are part of an organized network of domestic terrorists. Do you see a theme in all of this? The enemy within. Isn't that what 4547 was always talking about? The enemy within. You know who's the enemy within? The American citizens who are living and breathing and walking in their constitutional rights. These are the domestic terrorists that he wants to point out. These are the enemies within. A loose-lipped ICE agent in Portland, Maine, publicly hinted at the effort in an exchange on Friday that was captured on video. The video shows the ICE agent taking pictures of a car belonging to a woman who had been recording him, prompting her to ask why. The ICE agent replied, "Because we have a nice little database. Now you're considered a domestic terrorist, so have fun with that." You want to see? Do you want to see? Let's watch.
It's not illegal to record.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah. Why are you taking my information down?
Because we have a nice little database.
Oh, good.
And now you're considered a domestic terrorist. So
We're videotaping you? Are you crazy?
You want to hear that again?
It's not illegal to record.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah. Why are you taking my information down?
Because we have a nice little database.
Oh, good.
And now you're considered a domestic terrorist. So
We're videotaping you? Are you crazy?
No, he's not crazy. He's telling you the truth. You think he's crazy, but he just gave up the game to you. You think he's kidding. That is exactly why he was taking your information down. It's not illegal to film. And it is not. Let me drop this link in the chat. Let me drop this link in the chat for you. Here you go. There's that link. I'll go over there and check out Ken Klippenstein. Now, I think that there is actually one more story that I wanted to touch on. It was 3 stories that I saw, and I have been off for several days. I think there is one more story that I wanted to share that I saw on leaked documents. I told you he comes with receipts. Homeland Security's domestic terror obsession. Forget Greenland. The American public are the real target. So let's scroll through this a little bit. Shall we scroll? Homeland Security, Christine Nome, Ice Barbie, displaying a signed Arctic Security Pact alongside Canadian and Finnish signatories. Okay. Despite 45-47 fixation with Greenland and the suggestion that military action is imminent, the 2026 Homeland Threat Assessment, a draft of which was leaked to me, focuses instead on domestic terrorism. The annual assessment, which has been prepared since 2020, purports to offer a holistic assessment to threats to the Western Hemisphere. These assessments have consistently focused on what you imagine: southern border security, the drug trade, immigration, and crucial infrastructure protection in the United States. But this year's assessment, marked for official use only and not yet released to the public, identifies violent extremism on the part of American citizens as the priority and greatest threat. Now, do you see something happening here? You have been warned in Project 2025, and to your own peril, you are ignoring what is actually happening in this administration. You are ignoring the fact that this administration is trying to find every way possible to say that they need the military in the street to come against you because you, the American people, are domestic terrorists. Okay. Okay, one phase in particular stands out to me as new: potential terrorism based upon class-based or economic grievances. The term has not appeared in any previous assessment. Here is the paperwork. It's unclassified for official use only. Office of Intelligence and Analysis, Homeland Threat Assessment 2026. Here we go. Border and Immigration Security, starting on page 5. Population movement and human struggling. Transitional criminal organization. Illegal drugs or weapons trafficking. Illicit finance. Now, you would think that this administration has no problem with illicit finances as much illicit shit that this administration is doing with finances themselves. But these are billionaires, so they're not looking for any crimes that rich people are doing. Unmanned aerial systems, I guess that means drones. Critical infrastructure security. Cyber threats to critical infrastructure. Physical threats to homeland, critical infrastructure, and key resources. Public safety and security. Non-ideological threats: terrorism, hostile nation states, threats to economic security, economic manipulation, intellectual property theft, and technology transfer. Let me see. Shifting border and immigration threats. In the coming year, the United States is likely to observe significantly reduced levels of irregular migration and drug trafficking into the country, due in large to more assertive U.S. border policies. Migration encounters at the U.S.-Mexico border in 2025 declined sharply from a record high in the past few years to lows not seen in decades, as most migrants are deterred by stricter U.S. immigration policies and increased regional enforcement efforts, often resulting from U.S. pressure. Transnational criminal organizations, including some newly designated as foreign terrorist organizations, appear to have scaled back their trade in fentanyl in 2025. So, wow, they were bombing these boats in the Mediterranean in their own security thing. It tells you it appears to have scaled back their trade in fentanyl in 2025. at least partly out of concern of heightened U.S. and Mexican law enforcement attention. Border seizures of fentanyl dropped by 50% in 2025 compared to the previous year. This is what they are putting in. But what were they telling you about them strikes on those fishing boats? They were telling you about they're bringing in drugs that can kill over 250,000 American people. We're gonna have to classify them as we're gonna have to classify fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. We gotta strike these boats, kill them all. And you ain't heard a goddamn thing else about these boats or fentanyl. And now you see in this write up, they're saying that fentanyl dropped 50% in 2025. When did these boat strikes start happening? They start happening in September of 2025. So you think that this fentanyl just dropped off since September through December of 2025? Or you think that they were blowing smoke up your stupid asses? How come you ain't heard a goddamn thing else about fentanyl since they have gone in and secured the oil in Venezuela, and they are selling the oil and putting it in putting the money in a bank account in Qatar, not in the United States, in Qatar, an offshore bank account where they're putting the money, and 4547 is the one in charge of this money. Did you buy that bullshit? I think y'all bought that bullshit because they weren't killing because they were killing non white people. I think that you need to reevaluate why you are so prone to believe that people who are not of the white race are inherently bad, and you buy into a lot of bullshit. But see, all of that bullshit that you bought into, how did that improve your life? How did that improve the amount of money that you have in your pocket to meet your daily needs? Huh? Go over there and check out Ken Klippenstein. I would do it for you, but some things you got to do for yourself. You got to see things for yourself. Hey, Leonard, thank you for being here. Leonard, if anybody says anything like this KB person who believes that this TDS is anything but bullshit, and says that I have TDS, please exit them from my chat. I don't need a bunch of dummies in here who cannot comment on the actual material that I am putting in. If someone wants to disagree, they are more than welcome to disagree. But I don't have time for people who are talking about Trump derangement syndrome as if that is a real thing. I don't have time for dummies. People can have differing opinions. People can talk about the information that I'm putting up. But all of this extra dumb shit, I don't have time for it. If you want to converse on what I'm talking about. Let's continue. What else? I have a couple of more things I want to share with you. Let me get to them right quick. Yeah. Let me get to the latest BS that is going on in this administration that I wanted to talk about. Hold on one second. I have the wrong page up. Let me get to my newest page and let me share it with you. Now, did you guys know that Elon Musk is in a lot of trouble? Elon Musk's offices in France have been raided, and there are a lot of other countries that are investigating Elon Musk. You know, the same Elon Musk that your president put into office to dismantle your fucking government. That Elon Musk. A whole lot of other government agencies are investigating this person. You know, the same person who are putting American citizens out of jobs while awarding himself all of these contracts, while dismantling agencies that have investigations on his motherfucking companies. That Elon Musk. Let's get into this. And while he's looking for a bailout, while he is paying, while he is, what did he do? He sold, allegedly, I think is Tesla was purchased by SpaceX to try to. He's borrowing from Peter to pay Paul to try to make it seem like he is worthy. He is not losing money, and why he's trying to pretend like this $1 trillion pay package that he was awarded, he is worthy of it. And he's a motherfucker who is just like a motherfucking hood rat in the hood, trying to get his penis hairs waxed off while still trying to get his hair plugs done. Borrowing from Peter to pay Paul. And you guys bought into this bullshit. Let's see about this Elon Musk investigation. If you are unaware, I want to make you aware.
The richest dude in the world really wants so Elon Musk, the supposed richest dude in the world, really wants a bailout, and he's restructuring his companies to get one. Look at this. Elon Musk says SpaceX has acquired xAI, and we were just talking about this yesterday. Like, it was a rumor that SpaceX was like, okay, can we merge with Tesla? Can we merge with xAI? And I said, you know, they're just floating it out there. I guess no one really wants Tesla. Is that what we're doing now? We're just going to go with xAI. This is really what's happening. Like it's so fast. And if you remember, xAI, this is back in March of last year, Musk xAI buys his social media platform X. Okay, so we're merging companies. He's wearing the Trump was right about everything hat. And if you check on xAI, Musk xAI had burned $8 billion in cash in the first 9 months of 2025, and you'll keep getting more and more stories about that. Basically, they're just trying to compete in the AI world, where you got to build out your data centers or whatever. This stuff may or may not ever work the way that they say it will. And then in order to make more money, you then turn off the guardrails, and then people are making CSAM kind of content, right? Inside Musk bet to hook users that turn Grok into a adult content generator, you guys know. And effectively non-consensual stuff also involves children. I mean, I guess if you think you're going to make money that way, but maybe it's not enough. So then you're like, okay, I'm going to merge my companies, right? And then get government contracts then to support his chatbot that puts out that type of content.
His chatbot that puts out the content where you can tell them to put children in bikinis and take the clothes off of children. But nobody is up in arms about this. And you are still able to do it on his Grok AI. But nobody has, you know, the people who care so much about children. These are the people who are at the top of the heat in the United States of America. Understand that. While you talking about libtards and all of this other shit, you don't have anything to say about the abuse of children that is being normalized in the United States. Y'all don't have anything to say about this.
World is whacked out. Musk SpaceX combines with xAI at a 1.25 trillion valuation. Now you have to understand and put it all in context. Elon Musk just yesterday was at Mar-a-Lago. They were attending a wedding, right? Basically get your grift on, hang out with a bunch of, whatever to say it. We'll just say this. People that don't care about you, a bunch of billionaires who partied up and may or may not be making a new list, which I call the new Epstein list, is going to be the Mar-a-Lago list. That's Musk there. And you have to understand, right, he's donating to a bunch of Republicans. It's all about bailout money, getting those government contracts. Elon Musk pours millions more into helping Republicans keep Congress. Isn't this obviously like a massive scam bailout thing? SpaceX seeks FCC nod for solar-powered satellite data centers for AI. That's our plan. Data centers in space. Okay. What does Farzad, right, one of the king pumpers, have to say? Massive congrats to SpaceX and xAI teams. Now merge with Tesla so we can all celebrate together. Now, in fact, I promise you a lot of those Tesla people are probably upset because they wanted the SpaceX to grift with Tesla, but no, looks like Tesla's off to do its own thing.
Okay, everybody, absolutely gigantic news. SpaceX has acquired xAI as of today, February 2nd, 2026. This is massive. I want to walk you through the statement. It has a ton of implications. If you've been following the Musk story closely, this you probably thought was coming, probably not as fast as it did, but this has massive implications. So let me go ahead.
So basically what he does is he has to use the same word over and over again, right? It's massive, it's gigantic, it's massive, it's massive, it's huge, it's tremendous, right? It sounds like who you know, the big orange dude. And here's another Trump pumper. People didn't need any more reasons to get excited about the SpaceX IPO. And now you're effectively investing in two of Elon Musk companies, xAI and SpaceX. Who's ready? This is Fred, so he's not a pumper, he's the opposite. It's pretty funny that SpaceX owns Twitter now. The real loser is Tesla shareholders now. Either Musk will now focus his grift on SpaceX stock or try to merge them, which is going to be insane dilution for Tesla. He also got Ross Gerver, one of the hedge fund type dudes. He says, X was out of money, referring to Twitter. Merge with xAI out of money, merge with SpaceX. SpaceX out of money, merge with, well, Tesla. Huh. When they are all out of money. I mean, that's what it ends up being, right? Okay, we'll do another merge, do another IPO or whatever, and keep trying to figure out new ways to restructure the stuff to shuffle the money around. This is Elon Musk then tweeting out his fan club. It's called Tesla Owners of Silicon Valley. It's just a Tesla fan club. And they're talking about Mars. Mars looks amazing. Can't wait to go thanks to Starship. Okay. And then Elon Musk is saying, traveling to the stars is inspiring. Listen to what Elon has to say.
I guess my essential, what I would call the philosophy of curiosity. I'd like to understand the meaning of life. Is the standard model of physics correct regarding the beginning of life, the beginning of existence, and the end of the universe? What questions do we not know to ask that we should have? I'm just trying to understand how do we get here? What's going on? What's real? Are there aliens? Maybe there are. And if we've got spaceships that are traveling to other star systems, we may encounter aliens, or we may find many long dead alien civilizations. But I just want to know what's going on. I'm curious about the universe, and that's my philosophy.
That's my philosophy. I'm just really curious about what's going on. Let's go find those aliens, Elon. Let's do that. This is the supposed richest, supposed smartest dude in the world. SpaceX has acquired xAI, forming one of the most ambitious vertically integrated innovation engines on and off Earth. That's coming from SpaceX. xAI, remember, this is the Grok, CSAM bot. One team, emoji rocket ship, great. And then you got the actual statement here, February 2nd, 2026. xAI joins SpaceX to accelerate humanity's future. Oh, wow. I didn't realize it was humanity's future. I didn't know I needed to undress people with your AI chatbot for humanity's future. Wow. SpaceX has acquired xAI to form the most ambitious, vertically integrated innovation engine on Earth and off Earth with AI, rockets, and space-based internet. Okay. Direct-to-mobile device communications and the world's foremost real-time information and free speech platform. So I guess that from Elon's point of view, he wants you all to be on Twitter 24/7. He's going to beam this over your head, and I'm sure he'll figure out a way to get Trumpers to go along with that. This marks not just the next chapter, but the next book. Okay, writing books now. In the SpaceX xAI's mission, what is our mission? Scaling to make a sentient sun to understand the universe and extend the light of consciousness to the stars.
Does anybody drug test these people? Does anybody drug test these people? These people who went through all of your social security data and put it on insecure servers and have sold this data to voting to different sites that are trying to prove that the 2020 votes were rigged, even though there were 60 court cases where it was found that there was no evidence of this 2020 election being rigged. But these Doge people went in to your social security information, and God forbid, It would be so interesting if some of you people who sit silent and act as if everything is okay, when you get ready to retire, you find out that all of your fucking points for your retirement have been wiped out. Wouldn't it be interesting if you find out those Doge kids went through and wiped off all of the credits that you've earned working your whole and fucking entire life, and you have no social security that you are going to get when it comes time for you to receive what you paid into the system? That they are trying to privatize and to take money from, to pay their billionaire buddies to put over Social Security. Kind of like, the Doge kids that had the National Guards out on the street of Washington, D.C., because the Doge guy who was in there stealing your fucking Social Security information and putting it on computers that were unsecure, and he went out and got punched in the nose by a 15-year-old and a 14-year-old girl. And the next day, you have the National Guards on your motherfucking streets. See, y'all worry about the wrong motherfucking thing. Worrying about the wrong thing at all times. And they just walked into your whole motherfucking U.S. government. But y'all want to pretend like you are independently wealthy. Y'all want to pretend like this administration is doing something for you because it's doing something against other races of people. So that helps you how? In the way that you live your life. That puts money in your pocket how? As they are robbing the fucking treasury. How has this administration improved your life? As they tell you that the jobs are being taken by undocumented immigrants, but they do nothing to the people who are hiring these undocumented immigrants. They get off scot-free. And why are they hiring undocumented immigrants? Because that's the American way. For the employer to fucking shaft the average worker so they can make all the money up at the top. Who wants to pay you a living wage? As they tell you that AI is to take over 600,000 jobs. Jeff Bezos is supposed to cut over 600,000 jobs. But you think that AI is something good for you. Let's continue. There is so much more I want to share with you. Here we go. Do they drug test these people? I really need to know.
Comments about the welfare of children, given that he frequented Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, Elon Musk loved playing the part of the accuser when it was coming to the Jeffrey Epstein files last year. He was doing little interviews. He was tweeting stuff to look cool, like, nah. All you other people are in the Epstein files. Not me. Not me. He wanted me. He wanted me so bad, but I didn't want to go. And then, oopsie doopsie, more of the Epstein files came out, and he's yet another of these men that was protesting too much, and it turns out, no, they're very much in it. And so he's having to respond to it because the evidence is just so bad, and he's once again protesting too much. So we'll get to his actual involvement in it, but for now, let's jump to this. So some of his fans who pay him $8 a month to be on Twitter, they're like tweeting out like, oh, the media's lying about me. So like XFreeze posts this tweet. Let's bring this up. Elon Musk had more extensive ties to Epstein than previously known emails show. They marked it lies. No, that's just literally what happened. There were a lot of emails between them. He discussed plans to party with Epstein. No, he did. That's in it. Now he says it's a lie. And then Elon Musk says legacy media lies relentlessly. No lie detected in literally any of that. Now that does not mean that some of what people posted wasn't untruthful. And even I briefly fell for it. So like, for instance, the girls FTW thing, it turns out that wasn't actually true. That was a little bit too, and by the way, I think he has said that in his life. I cannot prove it, but we're pretty sure here at the Damage Report that he has actually said that. But anyway, so look at me being reasonable. That one wasn't true, but lots of them were, dude. So you're simply lying. And so then he says in another post, he says, oh, no, it's fine that I'm in it. I just want to find out the actual criminals or whatever. What matters is not release of some subset of the Epstein files, but rather the prosecution of those who committed heinous crimes with Epstein. When there is at least one arrest, some justice will have been done. If not, this is all performative. Nothing but a distraction. Well, sure. Look, I agree with him that it's justice that matters the most, but it's not just a distraction. It could be revelatory too. Now, I don't know that that Elon Musk committed any crimes on that island. I haven't seen any evidence that he committed any crime on those islands. But I do know that he lied about his involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. And maybe if he didn't abuse a child, the lies don't necessarily matter to you. I'll leave that to you to decide. But I would have preferred that he not lie about it. And again, oh man, he is trying to control the narrative so bad. So in this thing, he talks about the media and how what the media is doing is he lists 3 steps: admit nothing, deny everything, make counter accusations. And I just want to point out that is literally what he is doing in that tweet. He's admitting nothing, he's denying everything, and he's making counter accusations literally against the media. The projection is so obvious that only someone with absolutely zero and perhaps negative emotional intelligence like Elon Musk could have engaged in it. But the issue is that he is actually in the emails. And these are the ones that are confirmed. So you have him emailing to Jeffrey Epstein in 2012. This is 3 years after Jeffrey Epstein goes down for sex trafficking, pedophilia. Elon Musk is still totally cool with him and says, do you have any parties planned? I've been working on the edge of sanity this year. And so once my kids head home after Christmas, I really want to hit the party scene in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose. The invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for. So look, is he right to say that he rejected going to Epstein's island? That email indicates that yes, he did reject an invitation specifically to the island, but only because he thought it wasn't going to be a wild party enough. This idiot had to have it bashed over his head that they were going to be doing like sex trafficking and everything. He didn't pick up the subtext, and so he refused to go because he wanted a wild sex party somewhere else. That's what's actually going on. And by the way, it goes on and on. So Jeffrey Epstein had said to him, I'll send a heli for you. That's when he had said to Jeffrey Epstein, we'll be in BVI, St. Bart's area of the holidays. Is there a good time to visit? He is multiple times asking about it. And then after Epstein said he's going to send a heli and then apparently doesn't or whatever, Jeffrey Epstein might have gotten the ick from Elon Musk. On December 25th, this is literally on Christmas, this is from Musk to Epstein, says, actually, I could fly back early on the 3rd. We will be in St. Bart's. When should we head to your island? On the 2nd. Another email 5 days later. And this is, I don't think this is from him. This is Ghislaine Maxwell getting involved, saying to organize Elon Musk to the island for January 2nd. A question about it is back and forth and all these plans. And so did Elon Musk go to the island? It doesn't appear that he did, but it was certainly not for lack of trying. That guy was so horny to party with Jeffrey Epstein. And that is what Elon Musk refuses to take ownership of. That doesn't mean he committed any crimes, okay? But he is lying about his desire to party with Jeffrey Epstein. JR, what do you think?
This is the thing. Next,
okay,
I guess Mike Johnson will be the one to defend Elon Musk and say, you know, Elon Musk was so close with Jeffrey Epstein only because he was the FBI informant. I mean, he blew the whole lid off the whole thing. Similar to what he said about Donald Trump before, then he had to backpedal and everyone knew what.
Let's not forget that when they had their little tiff, Elon Musk came out and said, "Oh, Trump is in the Epstein files." Okay. So can we figure this out a little more? I think we may be able to get down to some actual facts about Elon Musk. How? We're going to check out this video. These are people who this administration surrounded himself with. All of this is under in my description box under the Elon Musk tab.
this breaking news. Elon Musk's own daughter has now confirmed that Elon Musk's involvement with Epstein and what we're seeing coming out of the files is accurate. And that means that Elon Musk's own lies are falling apart. You know, he said last year, he said this to Sky News. He said, "Shame on Sky News for this utterly misleading headline. Anyone pushing this false narrative deserves complete contempt. Epstein tried to get me to go to his island and I refused." Okay, that's interesting because what has come out now is
that Elon Musk emailed them himself. They weren't soliciting him. He was soliciting Epstein. After it was very well known, the charges that Epstein was found guilty of.
the total opposite. And Elon Musk has been tweeting non-stop because he is realizing that it's all falling apart. So here are some of these emails. This is from Elon Musk to Jeffrey Epstein. "Will you come to Caribbean this Christmas? Woody Allen with me, you might enjoy." Elon Musk. Yes. We also have some emails here. This is from the actual Department of Justice website. It says basically they're arranging a time to go over to Elon Musk to the island. And it says here, "Any day from the 1st to the 8th, played by ear if you want, always space for you, Jeffrey Epstein, Elon Musk." Elon Musk, okay, probably the first then. Epstein, the second or third would be perfect. I'll come get you. Musk, I need to fly back to LA on the 2nd. So Elon Musk, actually, I could fly back on the 3rd. We will be in St. Bart's. When should we head to your island on the 2nd? And then Epstein, unfortunately, my schedule will keep me in New York. I was really looking forward to finally spending some time together with just fun as the agenda. So I am very disappointed. Hopefully, we can schedule another time in the near future. Let's just go back to that original statement here. Epstein tried to get me to go to his island and I refused. That is obviously not true. Is everyone in power? Is everyone like up at the upper echelons of power just like an awful liar pedophile? Is that just like, it's crazy to me that QAnon, if you don't know what that is, QAnon was a conspiracy theory that said that there is an elite group of people who are pedophiles and they control the world. And it turns out it wasn't that far off. Now, they thought that Donald Trump was going to be the one who saves them from the elite group of pedophiles and not the ringleader. But still, it turns out, a little bit of truth to that statement. Now, there is also this email that I believe to be a joke. "Hi, Jeff. I was thinking of flying down for an epic vacation. Redacted told me you were planning a party. Girls for the win. I cleared my calendar. What are the details? Thank you, good sir." Jeffrey Epstein forwarding this to his assistant. "Deal with this. Thank you." To Musk from Jeffrey's assistant. "I'm so sorry, Elon. You missed JE. He actually told me he was thinking of winding down the entire Little St. James operation. Bummer. If it starts up again, we'll be sure to let you know." Oh, this is bad. You cannot spin this to be any less cool. He explicitly asked to come and party with girls for the win, and he invites himself more than once. Elon Musk, you are a loser, big dog. Epstein also called Musk the R word. Elon Musk is so autistic that actually he just could not tell that Jeffrey Epstein was using coded language when he said this. Now, keep in mind, too, that all of this stuff is after we know that Jeffrey Epstein is a pedophile. This is far out after that. So they are actively engaging with someone known to do some of the worst things you can do to children.
No, and this is the one. This is the one that the president put in an administration position. And he got rid of Epstein long before he knew about any of the charges and all of this bullshit. They wanted to talk about some cabal that Hillary Clinton knew about and all of this type of stuff. Now, Hillary and Bill Clinton have agreed to sit down. They were subpoenaed. They have agreed to sit down and answer questions in front of Congress. But there is something quite delicious about the fact that a former president is going to come in front of Congress. Do you not think that Congress is laying dead to subpoena 4547 and his family since now the precedent has been made? Let's see what happens.
That is a true statement. They knew what Epstein had done, and yet they still wanted to hang out with him. Take from that what you will. Epstein. Any plans for New York? The opening of the General Assembly has many interesting people coming to the House. So he's obviously saying, he's the coded language, as I said. Elon Musk. I run and lead product design engineering for two complicated companies. Moreover, SpaceX is about to launch what is arguably the most advanced rocket in history. Flying to New York to see UN diplomats does nothing would be an does nothing would be an unwise use of time. Jeffrey Epstein, do you think I'm the R word? Do you think I'm R-worded? Just kidding. There is no one over 25 and all very cute. Okay, so there's a lot of there. Okay. So in response to all this, and then we'll show that Elon Musk's daughter has confirmed it all. Elon Musk said, I worked most of the weekend too. Oh, so this guy, Doge Tipping, said back in the day, Elon Musk spent 3 days at SpaceX and 2 days at Tesla and weekends at home with his 5 sons and his wife. I don't think he had time to hang out with Epstein on the island. Oh my God, these people are so naive. Elon Musk then said, I worked most of the weekend too, still do. Only left the Tesla engineering lab in Palo Alto a few hours ago. Elon Musk, replying to someone else who said this, Elon Musk has consistently been the loudest public voice to demanding the release of the Epstein files, accountability for all involved, saying here, not a single Epstein client has been prosecuted, not even one Elon Musk. And then Elon Musk said, what matters is not release of some subset of the Epstein files, but rather prosecution of those who committed heinous crimes with Epstein. When there is at least one arrest, some justice will have been done. If not, this is all performative, nothing but a distraction.
Hey guys, it's John Ossoff, and
notice is if just one arrest, just give us one. Let's throw one fish in the water to say that at least something was done. I wonder who that one fish would be. So he wants you to believe, hey, it doesn't matter what's all in the files. If we just get one arrest, at least something was done. You should be satisfied. The man who lied and told you that there were thousands of people who were age 150 to 300 years old that were currently getting Social Security checks. So they were dismantling. They were going to try to dismantle all of Social Security. So it didn't matter that was a lie, first of all. And when he told that lie, he just didn't try to just get one person. No, he tried to dismantle whole Social Security. But hey, if billionaires are doing something inappropriate with young girls, let's just get one. Hey, we shot a shot and we got one at least. Make this make sense. Understand what this motherfucker has done to the regular working American people. And he's trying to whitewash all of this. And then you come to find out that this motherfucker was trying his best to go to one of the raunchiest parties. I need a break. You need a break from what? A break from fucking what? You don't do any of the work. You don't create any of the shit that SpaceX. You don't do anything. But get on, space the fuck out, and then tell it a real engineer, what you was tripping out on, and tell them how to make it a reality, how to make your motherfucking head trips reality. You're the creator of nothing. Ugh.
Lines that show performative, nothing but a distraction. And this is
and how about Bill Gates going to the island trying to get some motherfucking drugs to clear up the VD that he gave his wife? Did you hear that came out in the Epstein file? Bill Gates, who's sitting up at the table with 45, 47 with all these techno guys. And this motherfucker running to the same place where he probably got the STD and gave to his motherfucking wife. That shit came out. A motherfucker who can have any doctor in the world come to him and deliver anything he wants to him. And this motherfucker is out here giving his wife STDs, and all of this shit is coming out in the Epstein files. What is Bill Gates willingly, if he willingly gave his wife a STD, what the fuck is Bill Gates giving these African children in these experimental vaccine that he is giving Africans? All of these passports, vaccination passport that he wants to shoot into the body of Africans, where you can run a light over their body part and find out if they've been vaccinated for X, Y, and Z or not. Motherfucker, I don't want a needle that Bill Gates been around nowhere near me. This motherfucker don't even know how to keep his own dick clean. Let's continue.
These are some headlines that show that Epstein and Elon Musk were much more connected than previously understood. And someone said here, legacy media is doing it again, manufacturing fake news and blasting it worldwide. Elon Musk, legacy media lies relentlessly. I mean, this is literally, it's what I just showed you is what it is. That is what the Department of Justice released. So, I mean, it's not a lie. That is the evidence. And Elon Musk's own daughter confirmed it. Someone wrote, every new Elon post just screams he's guilty AF. Also, don't be Elon. Don't email known pedophiles, especially about girls, for the win. Okay, and here is what Elon's daughter said. This is on Threads. I'm just going to speak directly instead of being vague and cryptic. I can confirm we were in St. Bart's at the time specified in the emails, and therefore I believe they are authentic. This has basically already been confirmed through his attempts to paint them as out of context. Denial is a river in Egypt. I knew nothing about the emails previously, so I'm learning about everything at the same time as y'all. If there's any other information I learned that I can corroborate, I will do so. So we have the email evidence. We have Elon's own daughter confirming that they were there at that time. And I think Elon Musk's denial and attacks of the media, calling it fake news, to me is also its own sort of confirmation as well. As Mehdi Hassan said here, so it turns out the two heroes of the MAGA movement, Elon Musk and Donald Trump, are both mentioned a lot in the latest Epstein files release. Lots of back and forth between Epstein and Musk on email. Poor MAGA, poor QAnon, but oh, the hypocrisy. Oh, yes, yes, yes. So, I mean, I do think it's interesting that, again, if every accusation is a confession, then what is this?
If he loses, man, what?
Now, this is just before the election in 2024.
If he loses,
it does seem that way. You can't just be like,
Yeah, I'm like, how long do you think my prison sentence is going to be? Do you think? Well, I see my children. I don't know.
Because it's not like you can say, well, yeah, I maxed out to him, but you know, I have no
plausible deniability. No, and I've been trashing Kamala nonstop.
If he loses, how much time will I get? Because all of those investigations were going on in your American government on him and his corporations. The bureaucracy that they shut down allegedly. How much time will I get if he loses? But he didn't lose. He didn't lose, and he let this motherfucker go through the government and save his own ass while putting American workers on the streets, having them lose their jobs. But you guys are not upset about that? No one's mad about that? No one's mad about all this Grok shit that they are allowing out in the heat of the whole Epstein foul debacle that is allowing children on Grok to be unclothed? No one's mad about that? Let me, one more thing. It seems like no one in America is upset, but other countries are holding his feet to the fire. Let's get to this.
Trollbot accounts are in a total meltdown today, and I want to show you guys what's the latest. From Elon Musk, he says, this is a political attack, right? Musk says he's under attack. What's going on? So Elon Musk and the Trollbot accounts are in a total meltdown today, and I want to show you guys what's the latest. From Elon Musk, he says, this is a political attack, right? Musk says he's under attack. What's going on? Well, in France, his offices got raided, okay? This is the response to Elon Musk. They say investigating child abuse material isn't controversial. Turning it into political theater is manipulation. Maybe that logic flies on some island, doesn't fly in France. And that's a direct hit on Elon Musk is in the Epstein files, if you guys don't know. And also, again, Elon Musk's offices got raided in France. So he's upset, along with all his Trollbot accounts are upset. This is from the Associated Press. They say, Paris prosecutors raid the French offices of Elon Musk X as part of an investigation into spreading child abuse images and deepfakes. And so for Elon Musk, he's like, well, I want to make money by having all these child images out there. I want all the child images. I want all those non-consensual images out there, right?
Does your husband hate going to the doctor?
Yes. I tell him all the time, he worries me.
What if you could check your health in 2 minutes?
2 minutes?
And there's a bunch of things going on. Child images out there. I want all the child images. I want all those non-consensual images out there, right? And there's a bunch of things going on with this. I made a video on it. You can go through the whole thing. We go through all the stuff that France is talking about right now. We're just going over the responses. Because I'll just say this. France came out swinging for sure. This is also one of Elon Musk's bot accounts, Elon Miles.
But do you wonder why your for-profit media is not honing in on this story? Elon Musk knows that this is what Grok is doing, and he's going full throttle on this. And you wonder why your American for-profit media is not ringing the alarm about this? You wonder why there's no investigation by this administration? No, there's no investigation. This administration is granting this man contracts, giving him his corporate welfare.
Says Europe is at war with Elon Musk, and the reason is pretty simple. He promotes free speech, and free speech threatens them. Okay, and that's why I have to show you what the Associated Press reporting, right? We're looking for child material and stuff like that. France then also says, because you got multiple people involved with this stuff, Pavel Durov, he is the founder, CEO of Telegram. He says the French police is currently raiding X offices. So again, that's the Elon Musk company, formerly known as Twitter, in Paris. France is the only country in the world that is criminally persecuting all social networks that give people some degree of freedom, if you want to call it that. Don't be mistaken. This is not a free country. Wow, that's coming from Pavel. France replies, in France, the judiciary is independent. Police act on court orders, not political whims. And again, France is coming out swinging.
And explain that Spain is walking the talk. We're fighting back, and we will continue to do so. Starting next week, my government will implement the following actions. First, we will change the law in Spain to hold platform executives legally accountable for many infringements taking place on their sites. This means that CEOs of these techno platforms will face criminal liability for failing to remove illegal or hateful content. And for that, we governments need to stop turning a blind eye to the toxic content shared under their watch. Second, we will turn algorithmic manipulation and amplification of illegal content into a new criminal offense.
Elon then is saying he's attacking Spain now. So I guess that means you're a good guy there, Spain. Sanchez is the true fascist totalitarian. And if you don't know, in Spain, they, I think, recently passed something where it's social media is going to be banned for kids under 16. I think that was the law that they're talking about there. And Australia's done a similar thing as well. And this obviously hurts Elon Musk's business because he wants kids on his platform, right? He wants to spread child content, these things. And, I'll read some more responses here. So from Tom, the KGB favorite speaks. Russia wants you on Telegram. It's easier. They've banned Meta and X in Moscow. Now they're pretending we're all the same. Interesting. So you got to understand like who these different accounts are from. This is Adam. Adam says, there are 3 things the French are truly great at. 1, food and wine. 2, protests. 3, giving 0 Fs how rich you are when you are in their court system. You can't just scream, quote, free speech and donate to a politician to escape here. Wow. And that's essentially, Elon Musk's strategy. His companies are failing, so he's figuring out ways to shuffle money around. He's merging companies. He's like, you know what? Let's remove guardrails from AI. Let's produce a whole bunch of that kind of content, the child abuse content and otherwise. And this is actually in multiple countries. You're breaking several laws if you're doing what Elon's doing. And also election interference, algorithm manipulations, and all sorts of stuff.
Breaking developments to bring you from the UK's Information Commissioner's Office that has opened formal investigations into X and Grok, the artificial intelligence system. They say they've taken the step following reports that Grok has been used to generate non-consensual sexual imagery of individuals, including children. William Malcolm, Executive Director of Regulatory Risk and Innovation at the Information Commissioner's Office, said the following, and I paraphrase slightly, but the reports about Grok raise deeply troubling questions about how personal data is being used to generate intimate or sexualized images without knowledge or consent, and whether necessary safeguards put in place to prevent this.
But Musk is like, no, that's all free speech, right? And then you got all the other stuff.
And what is very telling is all of you idiots in the chat writing dumb shit to me, but you have absolutely nothing to say about this information that's being presented to you. You are not disgusted by Elon Musk Grok generating inappropriate images of children. No, that doesn't bother you. The simple fact that I'm reporting on it is the thing that bothers you. It says a lot about you. I don't care what you say about me. But my self-worth, my self-esteem is not tied up in what ignorance thinks of me. So all of that ineffective talk about the fucking story. If you want to impress me, talk about the story I am presenting you. You can't, because you're these ignorants that 45, 47 love. So you probably are at home doing it to your own children because you guys are known for that as well. But let's continue the story.
Because France also mentioned history denier stuff, and that's a big problem in Europe, be it Holocaust denier, etc. Those kind of things. So this is so far UK, France, and Spain, right, are on the move. What's going on with Germany? So let me know if you guys are in Germany, if they're going to be investigating X also. And then Elon's facing problems. He's got a bunch of things going on. This is one, says Justin, judge rejects Elon Musk's bid to dismiss SEC suit, alleging that when he sought to take over Twitter, now X, he failed to disclose his stake as required. I remember this stuff. Judge Sparkle Sukanan turns down forced speech and SEC appointment challenges. So basically what it is that when you start buying up a company, so this is back Twitter, Musk was, you get to a certain stake, I can't remember the percentages, but you get to a certain amount that you have, and then you have to publicly disclose that I'm buying this stuff up and I have this much. And then Musk was like, oh, the email was in my mailbox. We just forgot to hit send. That kind of, stupid excuses. And so there's multiple things that Musk does that are shady. I'll put it in the most simplest terms like this. And he's also has a spat with OpenAI, Sam Altman. And this is kind of interesting. Altman was trolling Musk. He says, really excited to get Elon under oath in a few months, Christmas in April. We're going to see on that one. I mean, that's actually really interesting stuff. I'll just say this. I mean, Elon Musk is a liar. I mean, I think you guys already know that stuff if you're watching the channel. And there's multiple things and evidence. And for anything, this kind of stuff, right, there is going to be some truth in this. So it's from Jason. Jason says, new court filings show how Elon was engaging in some maximum truth, deleting. Oh, we're deleting stuff, Elon. Okay. In his other frivolous lawsuit against us and Apple, because Elon likes to sue everyone, just like Trumpers, the only non-public docs Elon and XAI have produced in response to discovery requests are the retention and employee policies. Okay, why is this? Because he systematically used disappearing messages to cover his tracks everywhere else. Makes you wonder what he is hiding. Interesting. Huh. And I think, if I remember correctly, didn't the FTX dude, Sam Bankman-Fried, use the disappearing text stuff? I think people on Wall Street do this kind of stuff also, so I wouldn't be shocked if Elon is in that game. This is from X, their platform. I want to read their statement. This is the Global Government Affairs from Elon. It says, French judicial authorities raided X's Paris office today in connection with a politicized criminal investigation into alleged manipulation of algorithms and purported fraudulent data extraction. Okay, that's according to them. We are disappointed by this development, but we are not surprised. The Paris Public Prosecutor's Office widely publicized the raid, making clear that today's action was an abusive act of law enforcement theater designed to achieve illegitimate political objectives rather than advance legitimate law enforcement goals, rooted in the fair and impartial administration of justice. The Paris Public Prosecutor's Office is plainly attempting to exert pressure on X's senior management, so Elon and such, and Alina Yaccarino is named also because they summoned them on April 20th, who, I'll just say this, I think it's the mustache dude's birthday, if you guys know what I'm talking about. I don't know if that's coincidental or not. You can ask France if they're just totally trolling Musk there. Who knows? But that's when they summoned him to come in. X's senior management in the United States by targeting our French entity and employees who are not the focus of this investigation. The prosecutor's office has ignored the established procedural mechanism to obtain evidence in compliance with international treaties and X's rights to defend itself. These procedural mechanisms are well known and used on a daily basis by judicial authorities around the world. So they're trying to make the case that it's improper. That's the case that they're making. The allegations underlying today's raid are baseless, and X categorically denies any wrongdoing. Today's staged and raid reinforces our conviction that this investigation distorts French law, circumvents due process, and endangers free speech. X is committed to defending its fundamental rights and rights of its users. We will not be intimidated by the actions of the French judicial authorities today. Just want to read you their side of the story. You got to read it all. This is coming from the Embassy of France in USA, and they were tweeting out against Elon Musk here. Remember, Elon says it's all political. What does the embassy say? Quote, the law is the expression of the general will. It must be the same for all, whether it protects or punishes. Okay, that's the Declaration of Human Rights and Human and Civic Rights. So that's coming from the Law Land in France. You also have the embassy writing this, and this is from, they were responding to, I guess, Cat Turd, whatever account that is. Cat Turd writes, France can't allow that free speech thingy. Okay, Embassy of France writes, France allows that free speech thingy, but our justice system ensures that actions that are illegal offline in France are also illegal online in France. Let the courts do their job. No one is above the law. Okay. France also then says they're responding to one of the undersecretaries state in the U.S. And basically, I think the case that the U.S. will try to make is, why are you messing with our U.S. tech companies? We should have free reign, blah, blah, blah. France will say, EU regulations don't apply outside of the EU. Our digital life, our own rules, our kids' safety, our citizens' protection. I see. So in France, they're saying, we can do our things, right? We're not going to try to apply it on to you in USA, just here in France, which I understand. Because then when you read the, from the US perspective, they say, bracing diligent work here by the House Judiciary, corroborating what we already know, companies censor American users to appease foreign safetyism. Looking forward to engaging on this in Munich. Okay, because like these platforms are international, right? But I get what France's saying. We can do our laws here, and then the U.S. argument is, I guess, if the platform has American users on it, you're affecting our users, even though you're talking about French law. It's an interesting question, right? So I'm just giving you both sides.
Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck if you're affecting American users? Are we trying to normalize sexualizing children? Is it what we're trying to do? Okay, so that link is in my description box. I've had enough I've had absolutely enough of Elon Musk. Let's move forward. There's something. Let's talk about let's take a break. I found the video that I wanted to play earlier. I couldn't believe that it had disappeared from my files. I don't know if any of you are familiar with a former content creator from the black sector named Beasley. I wasn't familiar with Beasley. He was a long time troll. I wasn't familiar with him. I had heard his name rumored about, and he had disappeared. He had fallen off the face of the earth. And then Beasley came back. And I met Beasley. Beasley would come over to my channel when I was doing different content other than the political content. And he would hit my link, and people in my chat would be like, "Oh, God, why did you let him up here? Oh, God, oh, God." And, I would talk to Beasley. And, I used to go over to Beasley's channel as well. Beasley started going live. A lot of people said that he looked like he was in a homeless shelter or a nursing home or whatever. Beasley would go live, and Beasley was from California. And Beasley would talk about a whole lot of things and a whole lot of places that I was familiar with. Kind of like my stomping grounds as well. And I was listening to Goosey the other day, and he was like, if you really talk to Beasley, and Beasley used to get on your nerves because he would do the most asinine things and say the most asinine stuff. And I didn't know that part of Beasley. I've heard those stories. I didn't know that part of him. When I got to know Beasley, I'd go over there and he would be talking about different music, different places, that was very reminiscent of things that I was familiar with. So I used to go over there and chit chat, and he would play music, and I would suggest songs, and he would play, and then what do you know about that, and blah 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 blah. But then, of course, Beasley got into his old mode, and he tore his ass with me. So I was done with Beasley. But recently, it was discovered that Beasley has disappeared from YouTube again. But unfortunately, this time he really did pass away. So I want to play a clip. Now, this is during the time where people hated that I would allow Beasley to come up. And I thought that what Beasley did in this moment had me cracking up. As much as people hated it, I was like, oh my God, this is a classic moment. I want to share with you, I had a LSA, what is it called? LSA presents Beef Sector Awards in 2023. And we were crowning the queen of the beef sector. And Beasley came over. And I did the presentations of who were in the running. I just want to play when the winner was announced for the queen of the beef sector, and you can see Beasley at his best. He had me cracking up. Let me share this with you. I may fast forward through certain stupid bitches who are on the panel. A stupid bitch who is on the panel. There is only one. But let's hear this.
I mean, just because I want to be an actor.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Oh, here we go buffering again. My mic keeps going on mute. I tell you, if you guys don't hear me, let me know, because I don't realize why it keeps clicking on mute. So we had quite a few contestants in that category. So I was looking at the opinions of the chat as the video was playing. So I'm going to start with Beasley. For Beef Sector Queen, who would you think that Lipstick Alley chose to be, or who would you choose to be the queen for the B sector?
Oh, I didn't see any queens on there. I saw a bunch of ratchet bitches. Um, I'm gonna have to pass.
Okay. So, UNC girl, who would you? Oh my god,
We don't care.
No, oh, mishap in that video. Some of those people that you saw on the video were actually the staff. Up in Indigo Goddess, she was the janitor to clean up the venue after the award show. Heidi Fly Uchi, she definitely was not. She is like the makeup and fluff girl, so she was not to be voted on. And there was one more. Trish. She was the she was the one who she was like the powder puff girl. You would rub your face on her if your face had too much glow, and you would rub the shine off of your face on one of her old wigs and stuff, and she would powder the glow off your face. So those people I don't think were really in contention for the prize. So who do you think of the rest of the contestants would be the winner of the contest? Is all I'm saying. I just wanted to be clear. Go ahead.
Well, shit. Well, it's on YouTube. I'll give it to.
Okay, Pam. Who would you say is?
Yes, ma'am.
Listen, wait a minute. A UNC girl. See, this is for a Lipstick Alley vote, so it's who we can get content from over at Lipstick Alley. That I'm just letting you guys know the criteria that you guys are looking for as a viewer may be different than the criteria that Lipstick Alley votes on because okay. So our content, how we get the content is kind of different from what you guys perceive the content to be that you're presented as a viewer. So that's all I'm saying. But you can have your own opinion, but I'm not going to say your opinion's wrong. I'm just going to tell you how our criteria is, grouped up. Go ahead, Pam.
Oh, okay. Wow. I wish I could look at a list that I was trying to write them down as I saw it, but I'm going to. I was visually keeping a track of who I thought. I'm going to have to say for 2023, the person that really acted the most.
Okay, hold on. Let me show you the actual contestants. Let me show you the contestants before we get the announcement. I see the timestamp. I want to show you the contestants. And it was the opinion of Lipstick Alley that the winner of the 2023 couple for the beef sector. That was couples. Hold on. Put these videos together for Bill. Need her to ever come back on her show. Go ahead. The criteria is based on Lipstick Alley being able to get a gas. Easily, you're more than welcome to say we have a couple more categories to go, though. Hold on. And I. Okay, here are the contestants.
Yes, it's there.
Desires. She's your queen to be, a vision of perfection, an object of affection to quench your royal fire.
Gator Clock. Are you okay? Big thick, big thick, big filter face. Okay, so those were the contestants, and these are the people we had to vote for. And I asked Beasley, "Who would you vote for?" And he said, I didn't see any women to vote for. I saw what did he say? A bunch of bitches, a bunch of ratchet bitches. That was his first comment. And let's see. Oh, our excuse me, review. I hate to interrupt you, but we have our best mod is in the house, Ron P.
But Miss Pizarro has always been consistent since she's been here. She's always been with the fuckery and the la and the rah and everything. She's never like let us down. So she's like consistent. So she's like she sets the bar for that. So I kind of want to judge
Well,
all
then
of
she
them
should
on
be the
different
queen. Then why would you?
No.
Who's
Uppity
the queen?
upscaled her because Uppity upscaled her with her extra ratchetness that she added. You see, okay. See, I want to break it down, Honey Q. But no, I'm gonna have to give it to Uppity.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so all right, so let's see who was presented as our final award, and we will present the Queen of the Beast sector according to 2023. This is the I want you to pay attention to Beasley right here. This is an ode to Beasley. I really enjoyed his. He could be a funny guy. And rest in peace, Beasley. Lipstick Alley for 2023, the Beef Sector Queen. Here we go.
To be a queen to be forever, a queen who'll do whatever.
Wrong one. Hold
What was
on,
I
I
saying?
played that already.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Let me get the right one. I apologize for that. Okay, here we go.
It's okay.
Talks amongst yourselves. I apologize. I don't do this for a living.
I think you're doing a great job, and there's a big difference between your show and Trisha's show. That your show actually exists.
Well, it doesn't. Well, there's that. Yes. Yeah, there is that. Let me see. Okay, now here is the Queen of the Sector. So I'm about to start this. Hold on. Here we go. today. Hello. Here we go.
There she is, Miss America. There she is, no ideal.
Oh God. Oh no, this is the worst.
In Atlantic City.
Oh, I feel nauseous. I don't feel very well.
Out to be the queen of family.
I was trying to be nice. I didn't think she was gonna win.
It's a lot
There's a lot going on with them goddamn titties hanging when you went across the goddamn boat, bitch.
It's disgusting. You think the Queen would be able to pay back Misunderstood for getting a free vacation off of her?
Girl, when she had them goddamn titties swinging from one side to the left side,
Hold on a second. Hold on. Does the Queen ring wear real jewelry or fake jewelry? How come the Queen has a fake ring? That diamond on the avatar that just showed is realer than Tracy's diamonds.
Oh yeah. Let me close this. I got a commercial. Hold on.
You sure do. Do you think the Queen of England has fake diamonds in her scepter and her crown? And if she had a ring, would the Queen of England?
Listen, fuck that Queen of England. She did have some fake ones in her crown because she went over there to other nations and stole them. That's exactly
No,
what
she
should have in her crown.
they stole real ones. They stole real ones. VVS's.
And I said she should have fake ones in her crown, being the fact that she went over and stole them from other nations. I'm not impressed that the fucking Queen got all these motherfucking jewelry. Beasley. Wrong page, bitch. Flip on your back, flip on your black side, Beasley. I don't want to hear that colonial bullshit over here.
It has nothing to do with black and white. It was comparing queens, comparing a real. It's comparing queens. That's all it was. You read way too much into it.
Are you gonna?
You gotta flip on the mute now. Look, Beasley. Listen, Beasley. You know, hold on, pal. Beasley, don't take me too harshly, but that was just my commentary.
I'm not. It's your commentary, and I'm just correcting it for you. Narrow your scope a little bit. You're going too deep.
No. My scope goes wide and deep, like William Carruthers King goes into these old ladies in the beef sector. So, Pam, what do you want to say?
So hard. I'm worried. Beasley, are you okay?
Beasley, turn you're breathing close to the mic.
I want to go last, Miss Ronnie Q. I can't because he may not breathe another breath. I don't know what's going on. Are you okay, Beasley?
I'm fine. I'm nauseous. I'm not feeling good because they named Tracy the Queen. I'm heaving.
Okay, so I want to be last, Miss Ronnie Q. Let Beasley do.
So, shout out to Beasley. Beasley had me cracking up on that one. So I just wanted to do an ode to Beasley. Remember when he called a crime wave Chris probation officer and got him sent to prison? No, I didn't. I'm not aware of that. No, I am not aware of that. So you actually met him in real life. Yes. Yes, Liz, I heard he passed away as well. And that's why I was doing an ode to Beasley. Because when he came back, he used to visit my page. And the first thing I remembered him coming on, and when we announced Tracy was the winner of the Queen of the Beef Sector of 2023, he was like, "Oh God, I'm sick." That's the that was my shout out to the remembrance of Beasley. He cracked me up that day, and I just I wanted to give Beasley a shout out. He was from the black sector, if I remember correctly. I didn't know him then, but he made his presence all throughout this area of YouTube. So you know. Rest in peace, Beasley. Rest in peace. Okay. So now I want to share, I had so much more to share with you guys, but I just want to share this last thing about 4547 is talking about nationalizing the election. After all of this other stuff that I shared, I'm going to possibly end with this.
People came into our country.
He went on Dan Bongino's little podcast. You know, Dan Bongino was the second in charge over at the FBI, who said that the FBI was hiding the Epstein files prior to him getting the job as second in command at the FBI. And what did he do? He continued to hide the Epstein files, and he lasted 1 year, and he's back to his podcast job. So 4547 went over there and visited with Dan Bongino and didn't let Bongino get a word in edgewise. He just ran roughshod over him, told him to keep his mouth shut as if he was still working in the administration. So let's see what 4547 says about nationalizing the state-run elections, the elections which are deemed the jobs of the states.
Many of them murderers. These people were brought to our country to vote, and they vote illegally. And amazing that the Republicans aren't tougher on it. The Republicans should say, we want to take over. We should take over the voting in at least 15 places. The Republicans ought to nationalize the voting.
I remember when Trump was challenging the results of the 2020 presidential election in literally dozens of court cases. And one of the things that the right was complaining about was the idea of election security that would effectively impose national rules onto states when it comes to how they carry out their election process. Anyway, today, President Donald Trump called on Republicans to nationalize the voting. And this was during an appearance on the disgraced former deputy FBI director Dan Bongino, who was part of the Epstein file cover-up. He also harped on his usual conspiracies about undocumented immigrants voting and warned that Republicans would never win an election again if they don't do something about it right away. But before we get to all of that, Cenk, your 2 cents.
This is the bright red line. This cannot happen. So we'll talk about the hypocrisy if you're a right winger who supports this. By the way, this isn't about the right wing, it's about the uniparty. I want to tell you why. But if this stands, then elections have no meanings and the entire country is lost. So it's a super important story. Anna, tell us more.
Well, first, why don't we check in on a little document referred to as the United States Constitution and what it has to say about the notion of nationalizing voting. Turns out it runs counter to the Constitution. The times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof. But the Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations, except as to the places of choosing senators. Now, nonetheless, this isn't the first time he called on the federal government to seize control of election administration from the states. In fact, last summer, he promised to sign an executive order bringing honesty to the 2026 midterm elections. He probably realized pretty quickly that he's losing favorability, and the midterms are probably going to be a little tougher for Republicans than he would like. And then in August, he said something similar in a Truth Social post. Let me read it to you. He says, remember, the states are merely an agent for the federal government in counting and tabulating the votes. They must do what the federal government, as represented by the President of the United States, tells them for the good of our country to do.
That's an absolute lie. Someone who has no idea what the Constitution, what governing the United States of America, what our federal laws, what our states' rights. He is trying to make sure, like that call he made to Georgia, Brad Ratzenberger, who and told him he needed 11,000 and some odd votes. He don't care where he got them from. Just get them the votes. And when that did not happen, he has gone in and raided all of the election material from 2020 because he was unable to get his way. And he, in fact, lost Georgia in 2020. So understand, all of this is at play. He actually said out loud that he didn't confiscate the election machines after the 2020 elections. And if he had, he would have won. Okay, let's continue.
Now, of course, he says it's for the good of the country. He's really looking out for his own ass and, the Republican Party's ass. And by the way, that's not true. During his appearance on Bongino's show, Trump also repeatedly insisted that he won the 2020 presidential election in a landslide because of a thing called counties. Let's take a look.
Think of it. I won in a landslide. I won every swing state. I won the popular vote by millions. I won everything. I won a thing called counties. The counties, it's such a big vote. That's why the map was entirely red when you looked at it.
The counties. That's why the map was so red. I won this thing called counties. Okay. And you guys are supporting this. And your lives have not gotten any better. Do you wonder why your lives haven't gotten any better? Let's continue.
Little purple lines and two blue lines on each side, but it was all red.
He is regarded. Cenk.
Yeah, I won in a thing called counties. What is that? All right, so first let's talk about right-wing ideology. My whole life, states' rights. Everybody knows the Republicans are for states' rights. We don't want the federal government and their jackbooted thugs treading on us. It's important that we have local rule. So here he's saying, forget the Constitution, forget what right wing has been saying our entire lives, screw states' rights, just remove it to national. Now, I'm not gonna do that for red states, I'm just gonna do it for 15 blue states. Gee, you sound like you're really non-biased about this, right? Look, if you're a diehard Trump supporter, there's nothing that I could say that'll change your mind. You'll be like, oh yeah, Trump is the best arbiter. He should hand count those votes. And whatever he tells us after 2 minutes of hand counting millions of votes is true, right? No, if you had let Trump count those votes, those are the most illegitimate things that'll ever happen. And now how can you tell if you're a true conservative, who's right, who's wrong, right? Just think about it, super easy, the shoe on the other foot. Remember when Trump was running the first time in 2016, the president was Barack Obama. If Barack Obama said, I'm gonna remove 15 red states, I'm gonna grab those and swing states, and I'm going to count them. No one else is gonna count them, I'm gonna count them. And the states you no longer have the right to count your own votes. What would you have done? My guess is you would have been in the streets, you might have gone after the Capitol. There were a lot of things you would have done. And by the way, I'd have backed you, okay? And we criticized Obama when he went beyond the Constitution several times, right? So no, it's unacceptable. The Constitution is non-negotiable. And if you want to amend it, great, go through the amendment process. But if you haven't done that, this is not close. But if any administration takes the voting counting to the national level and takes it away from the states, we're toast. Because then you can't ever count on an actual election being real. We'll never know if they were real or not. And it becomes a totally tin pot dictatorship, authoritarian rule. We become a third world country. And I've been there, man. I've seen countries that have no idea if their elections are real or not. And we're not talking about what's happened
I would
already.
be remiss if I didn't tell you that the Department of Justice said that they will take ICE out of Minnesota if they turn over all of their voting information to the Department of Justice. Understand that 4547 has tried to demand that every state in this nation turn over their voting data to the states. Now, a lot of the red states said, okay, boss, we'll do, boss, and have turned over all the voting data. But I think it's approximately 23 states said no. Our voting data is not a federal it's not federal information. Our voting data is run and deemed to be run by the states. You have no hand in our voting data. So now understand that ICE is in Minnesota, and to get them out, all you have to do is turn over it sounds like hostage taking. And two white Americans have been killed in Minnesota under the guise of getting undocumented immigrants out of Minnesota, while knowing very well that there are many people who have some type of stay in the United States who have also been rounded up. A lot of working people have been rounded up and taken to ICE detention center. But some people don't care about that because these are black and brown people. We can give them rights, we can take their rights away. The temporary status that was given to Haitians, 4547 said, hey, I'm going to rescind their temporary status. And as of February 3rd, everyone who had a temporary status who are from Haiti, they're going to have to go back to Haiti. That's what 4547 said. So it doesn't matter if they were the worst of the worst, as he said they were. No, he's going to deport anyone who he feels like deporting. But I'll tell you what happened with that temporary status with the Haitians, because I want to finish this part of the story right quick.
We're talking about a different level where the guy in charge goes, trust me, bro. That was the election results. No, we don't trust you. And by the way, this isn't done on behalf of the right wing. The powerful are panicking. We got the Epstein files. They're seeing everything that's going on. As we told you in the last segment, they're funneling tons of money to Israel without even congressional approval. A lot of MAGA has turned on Trump because they see him serving Israel, covering up the Epstein files, etc. They're like, we're going to lose. They just lost by 7. Trump had won a Texas district by 17 points. Democrats won it a couple of days ago.
They won it by 14 points. A district in, I believe it's Fort Worth, Texas. Understand, the writing is on the wall for this administration. You might want to also understand that this administration is panicking. And so expect the unexpected during this election cycle. And I would be remiss if I did not remind you that all of this is this ICE agency, all the money that they have been given. Don't you find it peculiar that everyone was so gun-ho and they voted for him to get certain people out of this country? Now, when Americans are being unalived in this country by the same people who you set up to get other non-white people out of this country, there have been 2 deaths of American citizens in this country. 2 white people have lost their lives under the rigor to get these other people out of this country. And I would be remiss if I didn't tell you that somebody by the name of, what was his name? I think one of them, his name is Miguel, and one of them is a Hernandez, are the officers who unalived these good white people. And I'm not being facetious. I'm not saying that they did anything bad, but I'm letting you know that while you are chasing after other people, and it is so. What about Laken Riley? You want the killer of Laken Riley? And Laken Riley's family said, quit using her name in your political ploy of racism. But in your ploy of racism, these are brown people who are killing white people. And your government is paying them to do so and covering for them and saying they have absolute immunity. Isn't that ironic? Don't you find that ironic? These are brown people killing white United States citizens who are doing nothing that is not within their rights to do as American citizens. Because y'all want brown people extracted out of the United States. Now that's what you call irony. Let's continue.
Go.
Right. There was a special election, and the candidate that he endorsed pretty hard did not win. The Democrat won.
So the Uniparty is going, no. Let's lock this thing up. There's way too much dissent on the right and the left. Everybody's paying attention because of online media now. So just grab the ballots. Under no circumstances should this be allowed to stand. This is a democracy, freedom defining issue.
He also nodded to the FBI raid in Fulton County, which I covered on the show last week, teasing that, quote, you're going to see some interesting things come out in Georgia. So I don't know if you saw that story, Cenk. I covered it on Wednesday last week. The FBI carried out a raid of the the facility in Fulton County, Georgia, the same facility where Trump called in and asked the Secretary of State? Is that
yes.
Secretary of State to find him votes so he could flip Georgia from Biden to Trump.
Don't forget, Noble Mobile saving you a ton of money. So a lot of people are signing up now and beginning to realize.
Kicked out of the country, Republicans would never win another election. Let's take a quick look at that.
Hold on one second.
Watching the artist.
We have millions of people. Most of them are bad, to be honest with you, because they're not going to send their good people. They want their good people like we. We don't want to have our good people leave. They only send their bad people. We have to get them out. And by the way, if Republicans don't get them out, you will never win another election as a Republican. If you don't get these people are all pitted, so they vote. And they make all this crap with the voting. Oh, well, you can vote, you can do whatever you want. It's crazy. I mean, it's crazy how you can get these people to vote. And
it's crazy how you can get these people to vote. It's crazy how you hear your sitting president sit up here and tell you a lie that you hear Democrats telling people who come here undocumented that they can vote when you never hear that. When everybody know you never hear that. But he wants you to believe that undocumented people are voting. Okay. The link is in my description box. Let me share this with you. Let's see what 15 states he is concentrating on. He's not concentrating even on the states alone. He is concentrating on different cities in these states. You know, cities that have a large number of Black constituents. Let's get into this.
Illegally vote for Democrats. Trump claimed, quote, these people were brought. On Monday, President Donald Trump called on Republicans to, quote, take over the voting in at least 15 places, re-upping his unfounded claims that undocumented immigrants illegally vote for Democrats. Trump claimed, quote, these people were brought to our country to vote, criticizing Republicans for not being tougher and tamping down on illegal voting and calling on the GOP to, quote, nationalize the voting. It's unclear what Trump meant by nationalize, but he's previously suggested the federal government should take control of election administration from state governments. Trump made the comment in an appearance on former FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino's first podcast since he left the agency. Repeating his false claims that he was the true winner of the 2020 presidential election, Trump said, quote, we have states that are so crooked. We have states that I won that showed I didn't win. Although he lost Minnesota in all 3 presidential general elections he ran in, Trump claimed he...
Okay, so now he's hostage taking in Minnesota. He lost Minnesota in 2020, but he said, I will take ICE out of your state if you give me all of your voting data. Do you see the hostage taking? Do you see the hostage taking? Let's continue.
Won Minnesota 3 times, alleging it's a, quote, really rigged state so crooked. We have states that I won that showed I didn't win. Although he lost Minnesota in all 3 presidential general elections he ran in, Trump claimed he won Minnesota 3 times, alleging it's a, quote, really rigged state, with the Somalians and...
So he lost 3 times, but he said he won 3 times. And now he's saying that they rigged the election and it has something to do with the Somalis. Because he lost 3 times there.
Theft, referring to the welfare fraud investigation in Minnesota involving some in the Somali community. Trump also said, quote, you're going to see something in Georgia where they were able to get, with the court order, the ballots. You're going to see some interesting things coming out. Trump was referring to an FBI raid at a Fulton County, Georgia election office last week seeking 2020 ballots. Fulton County Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. announced Monday the county plans to sue the Justice Department to challenge the legality of the seizure and force the ballots to be returned. The Trump campaign forced a 3rd recount of ballots in the 2020 election in Georgia and pressured state officials not to certify the results, showing Joe Biden won by 12,000 votes. Trump then lost multiple legal challenges in the state attempting to overturn the results. For more on this story...
But now his Justice Department has gone in and raided all of the Georgia election material, and now you're supposed to trust that you're going to see something really devastating come out of Georgia. Of course we are. When you leave Tulsi Gabbard in the truck with all of the voting material alone without any camera, Tulsi Gabbard, who they are actually saying is a double agent, allegedly, possibly for Russia. These are the reports. Okay, so let's continue.
Read Sarah Dorn's article on Forbes.com.
Okay. Let's see how the Republic is reacting to this takeover, shall we?
Taxes was chasing updates. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert, doing it all for you, so you can chase this feeling. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax.
The government is banning these 29...
Oh God, 2 commercials. Let's see what the American people think about this.
And he is running the numbers on America's faith in the election system. Harry, do Americans trust Donald Trump when it comes to running the elections?
No, they trust him about as much as they trust him to be modest. I mean, just take a look at these numbers right here. I think this gives the game away. Trump committed to free and fair elections. This is among all adults. What you see is just 43% of Americans actually do believe that Donald Trump is committed to free and fair elections. The clear majority, 56%, say no. They do not believe that Donald Trump is committed to free and fair elections. And I will note it is the opposite for the Democratic Party, where you see the majority of Americans believe the Democratic Party is committed to free and fair elections, but they do not trust Donald Trump when it comes to his commitment to free and fair elections.
And maybe perhaps he keeps lying about the 2020 election that he lost. What about how independents are seeing this?
Okay, so you see this majority right here who say that Donald Trump is not committed to free and fair elections. And among independents, it is even worse. Take a look here. This is a group that Donald Trump has really been struggling with, And when it comes to his commitment to free and fair elections, they absolutely believe he is not. We're talking about 2 in 3 independents say, no, Donald Trump is not committed to free and fair elections. We're talking about just a third of independents believe that Donald Trump is committed to free and fair elections. They will view his current comments very negatively. And this, of course, just builds upon their continuing distrust and their deepening distrust of Donald Trump when it comes to his job for the president overall, and specifically to this question when it comes to his commitment to free and fair elections.
If that number doesn't slap you in the face, I don't know what will. But let's look overall. Who do Americans overall trust when it comes to running elections?
You know, there's this whole thing. Donald Trump, of course, wants to take the running of elections from the local communities, the local governments, and bring it up to the national government. But here's the thing. Americans believe that the elections in 2024 that will run in their community will run very well. We're talking about 69% of Americans say that the elections, in fact, in 2024 will run very well in their community. Compare that to just 43% of Americans who say that.
So it seems like the only problem with the elections is that 47 understands that the Republicans will be mollywopped in the midterm elections. Let's be real clear about it. Let's not play any games about what's going on here. This administration is trying to steal the midterm elections. And if they are unable to do this, expect the National Guard to be on your street during election times. Expect the Posse Comitatus Act to be enacted in the United States for some reason to put the military in the streets prior to the midterm elections to bog down the midterm elections. This man is desperate. That's okay. This link is in my description box as well. Let me see. It's so much more. Let me see.
President Trump is doubling down on his calls to essentially throw out the Constitution, at least parts of it, and take over voting operations in more than a dozen states across the country. He first, as we talked about yesterday, he first said this on a podcast, and then he was asked to clarify. And he did clarify, it appears, defending his call for Republicans to nationalize elections, saying, here's the quote, the federal government should get involved. At least it appears in the places where he doesn't like how the votes have turned out in the past, like the election he lost in 2020.
Take a look at Detroit. Take a look at Pennsylvania. Take a look at Philadelphia. You go to
Detroit, Philadelphia, Atlanta.
Take a look at Atlanta. Look at some of the places that horrible corruption.
2020.
Take a look at Detroit. Take a look at Pennsylvania. Take a look at Philadelphia. You go take a look at Atlanta. Look at some of the places that horrible corruption on elections. And the federal government should not allow that. The federal government.
The man who was busted on the phone telling the Georgia representative to find the votes, he don't care where they're found. Horrible corruption. But see, the reason why he feels safe in playing this play, because it's dog whistle for white, for his white audience, his white nationalist audience. It is a dog whistle to say that these cities that are majority black cities that have majority black voters, they are inherently crooked and corrupt. And as he pardons all of the corruptions and all of the crooked people who are stealing billions of dollars from you. Make that make sense. Make that make sense. And you guys buy into it because you cannot get beyond your racism. You will empty your own pockets if somebody is showing you someone to look down upon. You will empty your own pockets. You will vote against your own interests. It has been proven time and time again that black people hold so much real estate in your empty heads that you will do whatever it is to your own detriment to make it feel like you're getting over on someone else. And all you doing is putting a dildo up your behind, your own behind.
Government should get involved. These are agents of the federal government to count the votes. If they can't count the votes legally and honestly, then somebody else should take over.
CNN's Kevin Liptak is at the White House for us with much more. So what now, Kevin?
Yeah, and it is just so striking to hear the president kind of redouble these calls to nationalize elections, particularly because a few hours beforehand, the White House had tried walking it back, and many Republicans said that they didn't agree with the president on this idea, in no small part because the Constitution says that states administer elections, that they're governed, by local municipalities. Remember, President Trump first raised this in a podcast interview with Dan Bongino. He said that, quote, Republicans ought to nationalize the voting. He called for Republican officials to, quote, take over voting procedures in 15 states, although he didn't name them. When Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, was asked about that yesterday before the president appeared in the Oval Office, she said that he had actually been talking about this pending legislation on Capitol Hill that would require people to produce photo IDs before they registered to vote. Listen to what Caroline Leavitt said.
Here's something most drivers don't.
Who gives a fuck what this line Caroline Leavitt said? I think this link is in my description box under election theft. If you would like to see the remainder of this video, I'll go over to my description box and you will find it under election theft. Now, I want to share with you 4547 going off on Caitlin Collins when she asked him a simple question about the Epstein victims. 4547 said he has been vindicated, even though his name appears in some sordid, disgusting stories from underage victims are in the Epstein files that have been released. He says he has been vindicated. And the press, you should start talking about other things. And then Caitlin Collins has the audacity to ask about what about the victims. And let's see what his answer is to Caitlin Collins when she brings up what about the victims. This would be in my description box under the title, What About the Victims?
What would you say to the survivors?
You are the worst reporter. No wonder CNN has no ratings because of people like you. She's a young woman. I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile on your face. You know why? You know why you're not smiling? Because you know you're not telling the truth, and you're a very dishonest organization.
You know you're not telling the truth. No, she wasn't telling anything. She was asking a question because you know you're not telling the truth. This is your president. This is your president. Tells a reporter she knows she's not telling the truth when she says, what about the survivors? What about the victims? What truth is she supposed to be telling when she's asking you a question? Went off on a whole hissy fit.
And I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile on your face. You know why? You know why you're not smiling? Because you know you're not telling the truth, and you're a very dishonest organization, and they should be ashamed of you. Okay, every week. When Epstein was alive, nobody cared about him. When he's dead, they care about him. But it's really a Democrat problem. It's not a Republican, it's a Democrat problem. The only problem Republicans have is that we have to get back to, number one, running our country, and then number two, very importantly, letting the public know what a great job we're doing.
So we got to get back to running our country. So what is he saying? All of this time that he's been in office, he hasn't been running our country. Oh, okay. Well, that is obvious because he has been on the hunt for his own personal wealth and those of other billionaires who he surrounds himself with. So now all of a sudden, we got to get back to running this country. Running it where? Where, I ask you, running it further in the ground? We're going to talk about the economy, something that you don't see your for-profit media talking about, this shit that you're living in under this administration. We're going to talk about that.
Oh, nothing. Just Donald Trump attacking a journalist for the apparent crime of asking about one of the principal issues that Americans care about, and the issue that Trump is doing his level best to cover up. You've heard the expression, a hit dog will holler? Well, it applies here. And just as a quick aside here, I know that we're in a post-woke world, but I refuse to accept that telling women that they ought to smile more should be normalized. In the year 2026, maybe females would smile in Trump's presence more if he wasn't engaged in a cover-up for a pedophile with whom he was implicated. Maybe women would smile more for him if his name wasn't in those files countless times. Maybe women would smile more for him if he didn't have a long, sordid history of allegedly harassing, abusing, assaulting, and raping women. Until then, maybe he should focus less on what other women should be doing and more on how he could offer up some justice for Epstein's survivors. You know, if he's so desperate for a smile. Also, he keeps saying this to Caitlin Collins.
You know why you're not smiling? Because you know you're not telling the truth. And you're a very dishonest organization.
Not telling the truth about what? She was asking a question about the survivors. She's not even offering up any statement at all. So when Trump claims that she's lying, about what? Does Trump doubt the existence of survivors? The reality is that there is one person who's not telling the truth when it comes to the survivors, and it's no one at CNN. It is the guy who's filled his administration with people who swore up and down to get to the bottom of Epstein's crimes, only to then serve as the sole impediment to exposing those very crimes. Again, nothing to do with it, Caitlin Collins, everything to do with Donald Trump and the people he surrounds himself with. And let's be clear, that's not lost on anyone. I don't know who Trump is performing for, other than perhaps himself, but he has lost everyone on this issue. Here's what I mean.
I think it will get worse. I don't know. That's not information I have on any good authority. I just believe things like this tend to get worse. And there's a reason they didn't want these documents out. This is not, we're all clumsy. The whole thing with Pam Bondi. She's a kook and she's clumsy and she's bungled it. No, I think she was doing what she was supposed to do, which is, keep it from the public. She's bungled it. She's so disorganized. No, I don't think that's what it is. There was that whole incompetence theory. She's got a bunch of papers on her desk and she doesn't know which ones are which. And, the idea that it was like a Three Stooges sketch and she couldn't figure out what file had the Epstein files in it. Wait a minute. No, I think it was chaos by design.
The fucking Epstein thing is just
nothing but a hoax.
It's just I don't even understand. I don't get it.
You get it.
It's the easiest political victory. Like if you just
and these are the numbnuts who told you that he would make a great president, and now they're in such disbelief. And Joe Rogan with his bullshit. Do you think that's really what's happening? Do you think that's really what's happening? I find it. Yeah, but it must be this. Duh. Do you think it must be this? A 32, 34 time convicted felon. Do you think that it would be a bad idea to have him as president as you promoted him? Let's get real.
But it isn't. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
I'm not supporting anything. Just be really clear, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
But if you have relationships with all these insanely wealthy people that are going to be severely impacted by this, like this is the ultimate political football. Because I don't know what the numbers are. I don't know who the people are, but I've heard things.
So, because these people are wealthy, it matters. You have to be careful because these people who have possibly done the most disgusting thing because they have money and you have relationship with these moneyed people, you have to be extremely careful. Is that what you're saying, Joe Rogan? Thank God his show is going in the trash because he is trash.
And if those things are true, you're dealing with some of the most powerful people in the world, some of the wealthiest people in the world.
And by the way, I just have to say for posterity, if these assholes are so upset with Trump right now like they claim to be, guess what? They've got themselves to thank. These dumb motherfuckers sucked Trump's dick for the entire 2024 campaign and glommed on to every single lie he sold them like they're 7 years old. And now that they've got the audacity to clutch their pearls, that the guy who Epstein called his best friend for a decade won't release the full Epstein files, give me a break. They're clutching their pearls that the guy who called for mass deportations now is doing mass deportations in the cruelest way. What did these abject morons think was going to happen? And look, what I just said goes against my thesis that we shouldn't relitigate the past and all that. And finally, notice that Trump says this.
It's really a Democrat problem. It's not a Republican, it's a Democrat problem.
So
let me give you three numbers.
Hold on.
28, 99, and 150,000.
He wants us to believe that the Epstein files are a Democrat problem, and that's why he won't release the other 3 million.
So, if you think that the Epstein file was really a Democrat problem, do you not think that they would be released? If you want to believe, hey, well, this isn't even a Republican problem. If this was not even a Republican problem, those files would have been released. If this was a Democrat problem, how many times do you hear Biden about every excuse about everything that has happened in this White House? All of the economic failures of this White House. How many times do you hear Biden? Do you think that if the Epstein file was a Democrat problem, that file would not have dropped on Inauguration Day? The fuck out of here.
In documents? If this was truly a Democrat problem, release the files that apparently implicate the Democrats. Otherwise, what's Trump's excuse? Why is he suppressing files that, according to him, expose his political opponents? Are we supposed to believe that Donald J. Trump is in the business of protecting Democrats now? Again, give me a break. The reality is that so long as Trump is in power, not only will we not get transparency, but the people who committed these heinous crimes alongside Jeffrey Epstein will walk free. And don't take my word for it. Take it from the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche.
Look, we said in July, and it remains as true today as it was in July. If we had information, we meaning the Department of Justice, about men who abused women, we would prosecute them, right? We talked about the work that we're doing.
Okay, so you said this in July. Let's understand. The whole premise of this, what he just said, is bullshit. Because we are not looking for men who abuse women. We are looking for men who abuse young girls. We are looking for men who abuse children, underage minors, however you want to look at it. We're not looking for men who abuse women who were at the age of consent. That's what a woman is. The whole premise of what he's telling you is off, and it's off for a reason. He knows it's off. He knows we're not talking about women. He knows that we're talking about underage minors. So you will not. So if he has to testify in a court of law, he's gonna say, "I never said that we were not looking to find men who were we were not looking to prosecute men who were having a relationship with children. I never said that." Why do you think he's using the word women when everybody knows we're not talking about relationships with men and women? We're talking about relationships between men and underage minors, children. See, but they can pull the. Why do you think that 45, 47 love the uneducated and the ignorant voters? This is why he loves these people who are talking all of this dumb shit in the chat, because they cannot even open their mouths to justify, to stand up for the actual content that I am playing you. This is why they talk about this DTS and all of this dumb bullshit, and they think they are making valid points. No, they know they're not making valid points. They know that they are ignorant and they are deflecting, and they have nothing to come back against me with these facts that I'm giving your ass. Okay, this link is also in my description box. I want to move on. What do I want to move on to? I have to move on. I have a couple of more things I want to share with you. Okay, let me share. Let me share this last thing with you, because the thing about some of these Americans that are going to the polls, you only have to say certain little things to these people, and they will give you any and everything that you want. They will put you in office. Let me. I like Trump, but man, these Epstein files are nuts. Mentioned Trump impregnating a 14-year-old girl and told a 12-year he will make her disappear if she spoke out about what happened. Okay, at least you can have a honest thought. At least you can have a honest thought. Why? And if they finally release these files, you can have a informed thought based upon the facts. Okay. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, let me see what I want to share with you. See, this is what gets the uneducated voting. This is what attracts the uneducated. The dog whistles. Let's talk about the dog whistles. There is someone who's running for governor in Florida. He said that Byron Donalds is a slave. He said that Byron Donalds is a slave. Now, I cannot stand Byron Donalds, but for this man to think that the way to win the governor's seat in Florida is to call a black man a slave. Now, I think that Byron Donalds is a raccoon for sure. Understand that 4547 has endorsed Byron Donalds. I think that the closer we get to the midterm elections, I think that 4547 will take his support away from Byron Donalds for this one who is doing all of this, exerting all of this slavery reference and to Byron Donalds. So let's see what I forget his name. Let's see what he had to say about the arrest of Don Lemon. This man who is running for governor. He also called Byron Donalds a tether. Now, to the extent that this man actually knows what a tether is, let you know that he is so enamored with black culture that he is talking about a tether on the campaign trail for governor Florida, when most of the people who he wants to vote for him have no idea what a tether. It just shows that these racists are so fucking enamored with black people, with black culture. You know, the thing that they say that black people don't have, but they constantly are stealing. You know, the black culture that they say we don't have. Now, this is someone who is running for governor in a state that is has a whole lot of old non-black people at retirement age. He's talking about tethers. Let's see what he had to say about the arrest of Don Lemon. This will be in my description box under Don Lemon. I'll keep it easy.
Don Lemon is lucky he did not get lynched. Yeah, here we go. Don Lemon is lucky he did not get lynched. Yeah, here we go. Put up full mask. Yeah. After news of journalist Don Lemon's arrest and indictment by the Trump administration, a gubernatorial candidate in the state of Florida, James Fishback, decided to make a racist comment regarding Mr. Lemon's predicament. In post, the candidate wrote, quote, Don Lemon is lucky he's not getting hanged in the public square or ransacking a church. I put up the candidate. It's real interesting because Republicans wanted to bring guns in churches, but we said no. Republicans are the ones who made churches on limits, not off limits, for law enforcement to run in and violate the rights of everybody, making it a staging ground. This is not the first time he's been racist online. Fishback, a hedge fund CEO, has tried to gain traction in the Florida gubernatorial Republican primary. So he has to out racist everybody. It's a rush to the bottom. In part by hurling a steady stream of racial slurs at his black opponent, Representative Byron Donalds. He has called Donalds a slave who was auctioned off for $31 million to business interest. Byron still believes America's not a racist country. Responding to an ex post that compared photos of Fishback and his partner with Donalds, with his wife, Erica, with whom he has 3 children, this hedge fund CEO intentionally misspelled the GOP lawmaker's name and accused him of wanting to turn the state into a ghetto. End quote. He said Byron wants to turn Florida into a Section 8 ghetto. He wrote on that. Donald's a longtime defender and ally of Donald Trump, who has not defended Donald's. Holds a commanding lead over Fishback, who is running as an outsider, with the Florida Phoenix reporting the GOP lawmaker holds an overwhelming 76% to 6% gap among voters, with Trump's endorsement factored in. Yeah, he's leading with 76% because his response is yes or master. All right, yes, thoughts.
Okay, this is linked in the description box. I'll go over there, and that is the story I wanted to tell you if you were unaware of this. Now, there has been a whistleblower in the FBI raid of the election material in Georgia. Now, 4547's administration is refusing to alert Congress what the whistleblower complaint is about. So there's already a whistleblower about this raid and specifically about Tulsi Gabbard. So let's see what is the latest about this major update on the whistleblower. If you did not know that there was a whistleblower about this raid, the raid where Tulsi Gabbard went into the truck that held all the voting ballots and things by herself, unattended to, I believe, for over 30 minutes by herself. And we're supposed to find out some miraculous things that's going to come out of this FBI raid. Okay, so let's see what the whistleblower update is about.
I'm joined now by the ranking member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, Senator Mark Warner. Senator, thanks for joining me.
Brian, thanks again for having me.
So we've had a lot of news pop up about this whistleblower complaint as it relates to Tulsi Gabbard, who was apparently present while the FBI was executing a search warrant in Fulton County to take the 2020 ballots. So first and foremost, what's being done to figure out what this whistleblower complaint that's apparently being suppressed actually says?
Well, remember, Tulsi Gabbard swore under oath that she would observe the rules about whistleblower complaints when she was up for confirmation. This whistleblower complaint, which I've not seen yet, I will see shortly, was actually brought to the department, I believe, in June. Now, if you follow the rules and this whistleblower wanted the complaint reported to Congress, there's like a 21-day processing period. So they should have reported the complaint. Well, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt by the end of July.
Yeah.
We didn't even know there was a whistleblower complaint until November. And then it's taken literally the bipartisan gang of 8 to say, what the hell, send it to us. And we're just getting it now. I've heard rumors about the subject matter. Once I see it, I won't be able to talk about it, the content, but it's, even if the whistleblower complaint is not hair on fire, it does mean that this obligation she has, this is not just some maybe I should, maybe I would. No, this is the freaking law. She should have reported it to Congress within 21 days. And then once we did discover it, the fact that it still took almost 2.5, 3 months of negotiation. And remember, she's not just dissing me or Hakeem Jeffries, she's dissing Mike Johnson and John Thune and all the appropriate authorities. So it's, again, the litany on Tulsi Gabbard and her ineptness for this job goes on and on.
So I have a bunch of questions here. First is, are we certain that the whistleblower complaint is regarding Tulsi Gabbard?
I do not know.
The next question is there a chain of custody that shows who's at fault for suppressing this whistleblower complaint that was supposed to be transmitted to you this summer?
Well, we got some, letter when the whole gang of 8 was putting pressure. Well, that somehow she didn't know she had to do this. Well, that's why you have a lawyer. That's why you also, when you testify and say, Senate, please confirm me, I'm going to follow the law, and then she chooses not to, there ought to be consequences. So we'll see whether my Republican colleagues are going to do anything or whether they'll just say, well, it took longer than it should, but we're not going to hold her accountable. The fact that it took all 8 of us almost 3 months within the gang of 8 to kind of get it, I would hope they would be, just on plain process grounds, pretty pissed off too.
The next question I have is, we have seen Tulsi Gabbard kind of come into the news because, again, as I mentioned at the top, she's now involved in this whole effort to get those ballots that were used in the 2020 election. Anybody who's watched politics over the last 5 years, 6 years knows that the only reason Trump is interested in getting these ballots is he wants somebody, some stooge, to be able to come out and say, you're right, President Trump, there was fraud in the election. There was some subversive, nefarious activity in the election. That will give him a pretext to be able to say, oh, there was fraud, just like I thought in 2020. That means in 2026 or 2028, we have to really hunker down in a way that we didn't do before. And I should be able to oversee the elections. We should have Republicans in charge. We should be able to seize the voting machines. We should have access to the ballots. We should gain visibility into the voter rolls, all this stuff. Like, this is Trump's fever dream. Tulsi Gabbard's involvement in this seems to me, and I'm curious what your thoughts are on this, because as DNI, she should only be able to have kind of her area of focus should just be foreign interference in elections. If she can come forward and say, you know what, I've done my research, and we have Italy and Switzerland and China and Venezuela who conspired with Joe Biden's FBI and CIA, and I, as DNI, can confirm there was foreign interference in the election. And then, of course, that would give Trump the pretext that I was talking about to be able to, go ahead and meddle in the next election. Is there some concern that that's what Tulsi Gabbard's job is in all of this?
Am I afraid to stand up to...
Well, if it isn't, a damn sure should be. This is in my description box under the election theft moniker. Now, let's talk about the economy. We haven't heard a lot about this 45-47's economy. The dollar is collapsing. If you're not aware of that, that dollar that you spend so much of in this economy, the actual worth value of the dollar is collapsing. Who knew? I know.
All right, guys. So it's the
I told you about it before it started collapsing.
beginning of the end. I think it's safe to say it's the beginning of the end. So first, let me show you this. Breaking: the average price of ground beef in the U.S. is now up to a record $6.67 per pound. Prices have surged 72% since January 2020, when they stood at $3.88 per pound. Over the same period, chicken breast prices have risen 36%. Furthermore, coffee prices have surged 52% since January 2020. All while the other food category, which includes sugar, sweets, fats, oil, snacks, and prepared meals, has soared 31% over the same period. Food inflation remains far too high. So here's what the chart looks like, y'all. This is political death for the regime. This is people fucking hating you and being furious. And this is a 35% approval rating. This is what you're looking at. This right here says it all, 35% approval rating. But it gets worse, because not only is inflation going up and unemployment going up, which we talk about on a regular basis on this show, but we also have now stuff like this happening, right? Europe may begin selling U.S. assets in response to a new conflict with the U.S., a move that could trigger a dollar collapse, Bloomberg reports. Deutsche Bank analysts warn Washington's key vulnerability is living off global financing, and Europe may decide it no longer wants to bankroll the U.S. Okay, breaking. The Danish pension fund announced they will sell all U.S. treasuries by month end, citing rising credit risk under Trump. The fund's CIO says U.S. finances are no longer sustainable due to weak fiscal discipline, a softer dollar, and Trump's push for Greenland. In other words, fuck you. We don't like you. You're not good to your word. You're psychopaths. And you got $40 trillion in debt. We're no longer going to pick up the slack here for you. Sorry, we're going to dump U.S. treasuries, which would only lead to a further debt crisis here in the U.S. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't a good idea to go around threatening to fucking steal Greenland. Maybe that wasn't a good idea. Maybe there were fucking real world consequences to that. By the way, Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, was asked, hey, what are you doing to prepare for the retaliation from Europe over Trump's threats to Greenland? And he goes, they're not going to retaliate. Again, that's how stupid these people are. Guys. They are actually dumbasses. They are actually stupid. There is no smart person in control here. These idiots genuinely thought, oh, he's going to threaten to steal Greenland, and there's going to be no response from Europe. They're just going to be like, okay. No, they immediately do stuff like dump U.S. treasuries. Oh, my God. China is still dumping U.S. treasuries. China's holdings of U.S. government bonds dropped $6.1 billion in November to $682.6 billion, the lowest since September 2008. In the midst of the financial crisis, China has now sold $76.4 billion of treasuries since the start of 2025. Since the 2013 peak, the country's treasury holdings have fallen $634.1 billion, nearly half the total. Furthermore, there's growing evidence that we can't track China's U.S. treasury purchases through Belgium anymore. So again, this is a crisis here, what we're talking about. The U.S. dollar is now down over 10% since Trump became president. Over 10%. Now, by the way, the conspiracy brain of mine goes, what if he actually wants the dollar to collapse? Because then him and Peter Thiel and all of his billionaire asshole Epstein class buddies can go in and buy everything up on the cheap and make everybody a total slave peasant to themselves. That's the conspiracy brain. Oh, are you trying to manufacture the dollar collapsing to buy everything up on the cheap? It's very possible. It is very possible. But then again, what you're doing there is electoral suicide is what you're doing. This was yesterday. Just in, over $1.3 trillion wiped out from the U.S. stock market today. Now, as of me recording this, it has gone up a little bit. Probably because Trump said, I'm not going to steal Greenland. So he had to go out to try to calm the waters. He said that this morning. So the stock market stabilized a little bit today. But again, I think this is all just temporary. I think the trajectory is definitely going to be down because the world doesn't fucking trust us. We're the asshole. We're the pieces of shit. We're the ones that everybody hates. We spit in everybody's eye. We smack them across the face and then we demand loyalty.
Okay, this is in my description box. Go over there and check out Kyle Kulinski's show. This is in my description box under going for broke. Understand that this was created, I think, over a week ago, but I just wanted to, 13 days ago. This was created 13 days ago, but I did want to make sure I shared this with you because you don't hear much talk about the economy, but I want you to know that we are knee deep in a fucked up economy. So I did not want to go without letting you know about that. And here, is there one more thing? I think there's one more thing. Let me share this with you as I leave.
Are you sure your tax expert is right for you?
Switch to TurboTax Full Service. You'll be matched with a TurboTax expert and get real-time updates on their progress.
This will be under my Black History link as well. Let me get through the commercials. Okay.
Oven or moldy surface. Baked on.
Several plaques and markers depicting slavery were taken down from the president's house here. This is by Independence Historical Park.
Look, it's getting harder and harder for people to deny that this is a white supremacist organization, our government, that we live under the auspices of Nazis who are running the country, who want to erase the contributions of Black Americans at every turn. The cultural contributions, the military contributions, the scientific contributions, the economic contributions of Black Americans, as if Black people in this country have not suffered enough under the yoke of white supremacy. They want more punishment. Just pile it on, says Donald Trump. They've erased thousands of photographs from military websites that just chronicle what Black people have done for this country. And in an effort, they are erasing the Smithsonian any exhibits that have to do with Black people. They're taking the legs out from the Black History Museum here in Washington, D.C. And now in Philadelphia yesterday, they tore down an exhibit about slaves, people who were enslaved by George Washington himself, because it was a corrosive ideology to remember our actual history. Watch this. This is from the Channel 10, the NBC affiliate in Philly, talking about, and I want you to please tune in, bear down on the fact that these are white men dismantling an exhibit about white men owning Black people as property.
Following the controversial removal of slavery exhibits in Old City. Earlier today, I want to show you what happened. Several plaques and markers depicting slavery were taken down from the president's house here. This is by Independence Historical Park, and this is believed to be the result of an executive order from last year in which President Trump told the Department of Interior to ensure that materials don't disparage Americans, past or living. Well, the city of Philadelphia filed a lawsuit against the Secretary of the Interior, saying that the city had no notice about the removal of this, calling it arbitrary. Well, Congressman Brendan Boyle posted a statement tonight. He calls this very unacceptable. He says Philadelphia and the entire country deserve an honest accounting of our history, and this effort to hide it is wrong. We also got a statement from Philadelphia City Council President Kenyatta Johnson. He says removing the exhibits is an effort to whitewash American history. History cannot be erased simply because it is uncomfortable. Removing items from the president's house merely changes the landscape, not the historical record. Jackie and Fred, we'll send it back over to you for now.
Nazi shit is what this is. Here's another angle, little vertical video action for you. And then I'm going to play a brief hit from the PBS station, or the public radio station there, I believe it is, the WHYY, interviewing a guy about it. And he says he says the thing that I would be saying if he hadn't said it. First, though, is the vertical video.
In Philadelphia or everywhere?
Again, these are white people just following orders. Look, we didn't make this decision. We're just following the orders of the Fuhrer. We just have to do what we're told, they would tell you. Here's another couple of angles and an interview with a guy who was on the scene.
It's history, you know. You can either run away from it, or you can actually face it and just accept it and try to do better. But the fact that they are going to erase this is outrageous.
Those people should be ashamed of themselves. They are ostensibly working for the national park system. Ostensibly, their duty is to bring people accurate historical information. If you've ever been to a national park, whether that be Monticello in Charlottesville or Mount Vernon, these different places where they have national park people or experts there to answer your questions, that's their job. That's what their mission is to educate people. And Donald Trump is so fragile about our history that he thinks people will hate our country because, like just about every other nation that was run by white people, slavery was a part of the system. I love my country. And I want to talk about slavery because I love my country, because I want people to know about what we've done, what our crimes against humanity were, so we can not make those same mistakes, so we can better ourselves and move into modernity, treating people better, valuing people more. Donald Trump doesn't want that. He don't want kids to know about what took place at the hands of the white power structure in this country, because he would like to return to that. And that's not bombastic. That's not an exaggeration.
That's fact.
I'm not relying just on hyperbole to make my point. Donald Trump wants to go back to a time where white supremacy under color of law was the norm. This is from the AP. Philadelphia sues over removal of slavery exhibit at Independence National Historical Park. The National Park Service has removed an exhibit on slavery at Philadelphia's Independence National Historical Park in response to President Donald Trump's executive order, quote, restoring truth and sanity to American history. Restoring truth and sanity. It looks like they're removing truth and sanity to acknowledge and talk about our vile and disgusting participation in the practice of chattel slavery, of the ownership of human beings. And then when those two human beings have a baby together, you also own that person as property. Donald Trump doesn't want anybody to remember it, so maybe it'll continue. Cruz on Thursday removed the exhibit at the president's house site, which included the names and other biographical details about the 9 enslaved people who lived and worked there under President George Washington. George Washington, by the way, many people believe that he had wooden teeth. They would have you believe that because the actual truth of it is far more horrific. He had teeth pulled from human beings he owned and then put them in his head. Those were the teeth. They were enslaved human beings who he stole the teeth of and had them. They weren't wood. George Washington wasn't some benevolent character in American history. He was a vile owner of human beings. And for those of you out there who swallowed the narrative that, oh, that was just the way it was, everybody was, oh, they just didn't know any better. Yeah, the fuck they did. Because there was a whole entire contingency of people like John Adams, like Samuel Adams, who were contemporaries of George Washington, who knew that it was wrong. And further, you know who else knew it was wrong? Fucking slaves. People who were enslaved by white men, they knew this ain't right. We can't have this. This is wrong. I am a man. I am a woman. I am a human being. I am not property. That is why they continued to try to escape, to flee. It wasn't because of a bad behavior. It's because they're a human who yearns to breathe free. It wasn't the norm. It wasn't just, oh, that's the way it was.
Hi, I'm Andy Levian.
Okay, so go over to my description box. Oh, this is under the Black History tab. Go over there and check out Jesse Dolomore. He does great content. I wanted to share that with you, and I will leave you. Do not come in my chat using a person who has molested children's name. If you want to come in my chat, you cannot come in my chat using Jeffrey Epstein's name and photograph. Real simple. Just real simple things. I know you degenerates can't help yourselves, but I can help you help yourself. Not over here. Okay, I want to leave you guys with a couple of quick news reports. I will drop these links in the actual chat. I will not put them in the description box. They will drop in the chat. Oh. Volume, please. Volume, please.
To allow these photographs to become public. They have since taken many of them down. But just for perspective, at the same time, they redacted Donald Trump's face in at least one of the Epstein files. And they didn't redact nude photographs of underage girls. That's not just a violation of the Epstein files law. That's a violation of the law generally. You cannot publicly produce child SA material like that. And in a lot of ways, that is not just a fireable offense, but it could lead to whoever failed to redact that to get a bar complaint to go after their license. I've gone through now more than 70,000 documents this weekend, and the redactions or lack thereof, simply incompetent. I mean, that's the best way I could describe it. I'll have more updates for you soon. Follow for more. We have some news right now. The Department of Justice failed to redact nude photographs of underage girls in the Epstein files. Let that sink in for a second. The New York Times found multiple photographs unredacted. I actually found a few of those unredacted as well. It is horrific to allow these photographs to become public. They have since taken many of them down. But just for perspective, at the same time, they redacted Donald Trump's face in at least.
So they could successfully redact 4547's face, but they actually, under the guise it took them so long to release the files because they were protecting the victims, they have actually shown these victims without clothes on. This is your Department of Justice, who is making sure that they protect the victims. Let's hear some more.
Regarding the First Lady, Melania Trump, now becoming Michelle Obama's documentary that was released several years ago, has shot up the Netflix charts, surprisingly, to number 6 now, and it's likely only going to go higher as Americans are more focused on watching Michelle Obama's documentary than they are Melania's documentary. Now, why do I say surprisingly? Because according to all like Hollywood and culture publications, it's very uncommon to see a documentary reach the top charts years after it was first released because people already saw it, right? But this really does seem like a subtle protest of the Melania documentary. So here we are. Spread the word. Follow along, stay up to date on all the news that you need to know about. I'll have more to come soon. We have some news right now. Michelle Obama's documentary on Netflix is surging up to the top charts as we speak, following the release of the Melania movie, the Melania documentary. So in response to the Melania documentary, which was regarding the First Lady, Melania Trump, now becoming Michelle Obama's documentary that was released several years ago, has shot up the...
So be sure to go over to Netflix and watch Now Becoming, the Michelle Obama biopic. Let me see something. Now. Someone said that they want a call-in. No, I don't do a call-in. If you want to hit the link, hit the link. Peter Vincetti, hit the link if you want to call in. The saddest part, running to you, is that none of these bastards will ever be held accountable. The Clintons didn't even show up to court. The Clintons didn't show up for their subpoena. However, they are going to show up. They didn't show up. These were the only ones who were also compelled to show up for their subpoena. But the Clintons are now going to show up for questioning before Congress. I think that they were, working out parameters and all of that. Hit the link. You asked to come up, hit the link and come up. Trump Bunny, spare me. I know you wish that was true, but please, with the bullshit. On the other channel, Pete is... Hold on. Pete, go to the description box, Pete, and let me drop this in the link. It says it's going to say link in the description box. Hit that link and you will be able to come up. Let me put it in the description box right now. Pete, it said the first link, it says link. Hit that and you should be able to come up. Um, there's the link, Pete. Okay, hold on 1 second. Someone is in the back. Hold on 1 second. Hi, may I help you? Hi, may I
Hello.
help you?
Hi,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you fine.
Hi, awesome. I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions. I know you were discussing about the videos that you were showing with the documentary. So I wanted to get your thoughts on some things. It's February 1st, started Black History Month. And this whole entire time, I know today is only the 4th, but this whole month, the beginning of the month, only thing I've heard our community discussing has been Epstein files, Trump, Melania Trump's documentary
Melania?
against Melania documentary, and I haven't heard anything about Black excellence or what we've done to overcome slavery, and just in general, like everybody is so stuck on politics, and I don't know. I just find that
Obviously, you showed up here late because every day, that is what I
okay.
do on my channel. Every day in February, I give you more new information. So if you, February 1st, I believe that was on a Saturday or Sunday. I don't go live on the weekends, but the start of every show, every February, I give you another Black history point, and I try to bring forth information. That is how I start every show in February, because I feel that it is very important that we understand our Black history, that we share our Black history, and that we know our Black history so we can have pride in the history of who we are as Black people. So these narratives that are put out about Black people cannot fester and gain hold, and let Black people know the greatness that has been in ourselves, in our inventions and creation throughout history. All the things that they have tried to rob from our heritage as usual. So if you have not seen it, you can go through my February of last year. You will see it. I start every show with it. It is important.
Okay, and I wasn't talking about you
Mhm.
directly. I just mean in general. I don't want you to feel offended by when I know you more than likely talk about it, but you say you keep up with history, which is awesome because a lot of people don't. What are your thoughts? 1964, when Lyndon B. Johnson passed the Civil Rights Act, and the most famous words by Brother Malcolm when he gave his speech when the act was passed, saying both parties, Republican and Democrats, are bad, but the worst of
There
the
they
two
are.
is but the worst of the two is the Democratic Party.
Well, why do you?
What are your thoughts?
I think that they're both are bad. They are both too concentrated on money and personal uplifting of themselves personally. I think that they are both inherently bad. I think that they could do good things, but they don't try enough to do good things. We had a whole Black president with no agenda for the Black people, but they can make agendas for other people and get them passing through real quick. So it's I think that it is I think that it is important for us voters to stop voting for people who offer us nothing, who to stop
Okay.
voting for people who don't have an agenda for us, to demand something of the people that come see us, not just be swooned by these people. These are human beings. These are human beings that are sent to Congress to represent the people. And far too often, they don't represent their constituents at all.
Agree. Yeah, agree. So who, for the Black community, who would you say, I don't really care about representation because I don't think anybody can represent an entire community and be able to hit on every single ethno demographic. So who has the best interests policy wise for the Black community?
Well, personally, I think that we need to. I personally think that not just the Black community, but the American people as a whole would do a whole lot better if they understand that this Black community, Jewish community, Christian, Muslim community, all of these are deflectors to keep you at each other's throats while these billionaires come through and raid the treasury of our nation. I think that the real fight
In what
is
way?
I think that the real fight is the gap between the rich and poor, and all of the government welfare that goes to these billionaire companies, all of these tax cuts, these billionaires and their family members, their heirs get all of the tax breaks that these companies get, and many of these companies don't even build jobs in the United States. I think that we be better to fight for a a real living wage in the United States, because what we have been given in the United States, the acceptance of having other people come to the United States on visas to work jobs for less money and all of this type of stuff, have undocumented people here, and your government actually tell you that, well, American people don't want the jobs. Well, if the last I checked, if a job is struggling and they can't afford to pay their workers, then that job is lost. I don't think that is. I just don't think that is going to do us any good to look at all of these little things and differences in ourselves when we all poor and when we're all losing our jobs and we're all in the same condition. It makes no sense.
Okay. So
What do
so
you
I
think?
guess you were,
What do you think?
well, when it comes to billionaires, I guess receiving subsidies and whatnot, I do agree with Trump's stance on opportunity zones, giving incentives to these so-called big companies to build in
To
certain
build what?
communities,
To build what?
businesses,
What type of
businesses.
businesses? What type of businesses?
I mean, whatever business that can be allowed it to be built in the community, but for in the communities, the most people that do have businesses are either Indian, they're not people from that community. So I think incentivizing companies to build, in the community is a good thing.
What?
I think
Wait a
to a
minute.
certain
Hold on. You don't care what type of company it is. Do you think that it is okay to give these billionaire subsidies to build these data centers all over the United States that employ between under 1,000 people only until the data center is built, and they have about under 20 employees, and they take up vast amounts of land across the United States and emit poison that leach off of the electricity of people who are established in these communities, and leach off the water, and your water bill goes up, your electricity bill goes up, a whole lot of this waste from these data centers. What is so good? Why does it not matter what they're building? They're taking up vast amounts of land to build build nothing that is going to enrich the lives or give jobs to people who are living there. They are making it hell on earth for people in Virginia. They're living with constant hums because the state of Virginia has more data centers built up, and everything around them is on a constant hum from the machinery in these data centers. So it doesn't matter. And if these are billionaires, what do the public have? What interest do they have in these data centers when they get this AI up and going? So they're paying more for their water bill, but who's getting the profit when they finally make their gains on this AI and the top man is at the top? What is the American people getting for that? That had to pay more for their water, pay more for their electricity. What do they get out of it? Live with a mind-numbing humming, windows shattering, their wells being leashed on with poison. What do they get out of it? While the billionaire is getting subsidies from the government, they're paying for their own demise and they get no profit. That was a question. Any questions? No answer? Okay, I guess he has no answer. I don't hear you. Maybe something happened with your connection. I'm going to let you down. No answer. All right. So, same bloodline as always. Coincidence. Same rich families. I don't know what happened to him. I didn't hear him. Anthony Rumble Johnson was a UFC fighter. I don't know what that means. Okay. Okay. I think his connection went out as well. I gave you a long chance to respond. I waited. I gave you a long chance to respond. I just didn't hang up on you. I waited. Hello?
Sorry, I apologize about that. I was listening to you, but my phone went out.
Okay. Yeah, I did,
but I
immediately. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I heard everything you said, and I think, it is great point. But, I like research, I like concrete evidence. So the companies that you're talking about that are being in the country that's taking the land, and I guess you said polluting the water and stuff, you would have to tell me what companies those are so I can look them up.
It would be MATA, that is going on in Texas. It would be Memphis, Tennessee. That would be Grok in Memphis, Tennessee. That would be Intel in Ohio. There are several. They tried to. Jeff Bezos tried to build a data center in Arizona, but the people got together and he did it under a third-party name, so you didn't know that it was a Jeff Bezos business. So they are going in under third-party names. They are going in and they are making agreements with the city council and having them to sign NDAs, so the public don't even know that they are building these data centers. And they are not creating their own electricity grid. They are plugging into the grids of the people who are there, and any upgrades to be able to handle the needs of these data centers is being put off on the general public as upgrades to their electricity center or their water plant, and you are not knowing that they're upgrading this for billionaire companies. These are the things. That's why I asked you what companies you're talking about, because you didn't tell me any company at all.
Well,
You said no
I
company.
wasn't, not so much the company, ma'am, but just the ideal, the policy, and the ending of itself, I thought was very, very good. I don't know the companies that were actually, use that incentive to actually build in a community. I'm not totally sure, but the policy itself, I thought was very, very good to incentivize people to, because they don't. A lot of businesses, they rather go to other neighborhoods, for whatever reason. I can't get here and get into the psychological aspect of why people do stuff. But
What other neighborhoods are you speaking of that they go to? I mean, they're not going to take these businesses to. Elon Musk built a Grok Center in Memphis, Tennessee, where there is a well-established Black neighborhood, and instead of getting the things that he needed to properly get this data center up and going, he used turbo combines, something that they would use in a city, say if they lost all the electricity power, to actually get a city up and going. And instead of using one, he didn't even bother to get a permit, and it expels a whole lot of carbon, a whole lot of noxious gases. He didn't only have one without a permit. He was using 33 of them without a permit. Nobody knew that this was what started getting people sick in this neighborhood. And all of this was done under NDAs. And a lot of these people on city councils feel that the people who live in these cities where they are bringing these businesses, that the voters should not even have a vote. I've done multiple stories on what these billionaires are doing. And what is AI going to do for you to go into communities and cause all of this harm, cause all of your bills to increase? What is AI going to do to you? What is guaranteed about AI once AI get up and running? That AI is going to take jobs from people. That is what's guaranteed. Do you know that Jeff Bezos says that he expects to eliminate over 600,000 jobs? So
well, I mean,
Go ahead.
to answer your question, I'm so sorry. To answer your question about AI, the main thing, and I can't get into every component of AI. I just know it's a benefit. It is a benefit application, like accelerating diagnostics and things like that. And it does, optimizing logistics, and just on a small platform, I know that's what AI does. I can't sit here and placate or pretend like I know everything there is to know about
I
AI and
appreciate
the
that.
jobs and stuff. So,
Yeah. I want to
I,
get back you back. I want to get you back on your topic
yes,
because
ma'am.
you initially said that you thought that the policy was good because it would be bringing jobs, but you couldn't specifically say what jobs has it been bringing, and then you said that they take certain jobs, certain places. They're not going to
Yeah.
bring these data centers that pollute that is polluting everything around them to a rich area. So why should they be able, billionaires be able to bring these data centers to poor areas
No, I
where
don't
there's
think that.
populated? Yeah.
Well, no, I wasn't trying to make that assertion or that point. I'm
Okay.
saying the policy. I mean, I'm talking about low end jobs. So, in retrospect, most companies will not go to, I guess you could say, impoverished neighborhoods, because mainly it's not even that because it's impoverished. It's because the safety, and they have to protect the assets. So you talk to any like asset protection manager, they'll discourage you from trying to build in those communities, mainly because they don't think their assets would be protected. I don't think, and people like to make a correlation between criminality and being poor, but I think statistics and studies would show that that's untrue. Reason being, during the Great Depression, where the country was at its poorest, crime was down. During the Great California Gold Rush, crime was up. So I think everything, and we don't want to talk about mental health, but I think it's something psychological when it comes to, and I'm not talking about any other community because I don't know. I'm an African American male, and I only grew up in our community. And I think it's something psychologically that we need to deal with. And I think we've been running away from that issue for a very long time. And,
Well,
I think it's something we got to address.
I think it definitely needs to be addressed across this whole country because when Reagan closed down the state mental hospitals and put a lot of people on the street, you notice that a lot of people also went to jail. There are a whole lot of people who are in jail who are mentally ill.
Okay.
So let me be clear. Do you notice that when a black criminal commits a crime, they say he's an animal, he's a criminal. It's their culture. But you notice when white people do these heinous, unaliving of people in mass numbers, that what is the first thing that they say? He's crazy. He's mentally ill. Do you ever notice that? But the black person is an animal. But as soon that you have these newscasters on who are breaking the story, and they have automatically deemed this person to be mentally ill. You never noticed that?
Yeah, of course I notice. I believe it's out of, when it comes to African Americans, and they each community, each ethno demographic has done atrocious things. I cannot, white people, maybe it's more, if you were to do it by case study, white people have, maybe you can say, make an argument for white people have, they've done more, but I think every group has done, they're bad. The reason why I've never heard any news reporter call us animals. Maybe you can tell me what you're referencing.
I've
I know
heard
they do.
politicians call us animals.
Can you tell me what you're referencing?
Oh God, I've heard it so many times. I'm surprised you haven't heard. Let me see if I can find one.
The only one that I know is the one that everybody goes to with Trump and the Central Park Five. That's the only one that I know where I think that terminology was used. Or I don't even know, but I know they refer to that. But I agree with you. I think mental health, they always say if a white person commits a crime of mass, a mass shooting or something, they always refer to mental health, a large portion of the time. So I agree with you on that front.
Yeah. So you still haven't told me what businesses in particular, because they always talk about the trickle down effect of giving these rich people all of these tax breaks and everything, and how it's going to trickle down, and it never does anything but trickle into the pockets of their ancestors.
Yeah, well, first, I think, politically, I think there's a few policies that were implemented to stop people from outsourcing. So you have to eliminate illegal immigration, as you stated before, to stop people from hiring people that will take very low wage jobs. And then you need to raise the minimum wage to compete with these so-called billionaires. So where the place that I work at, they made between 10 to 15 million the previous fiscal year. The following fiscal year, they did something close to 21 million. So that's a problem. I didn't receive any residual changes in my paycheck. Neither did anybody else. So that's a problem. If you raise the minimum wage, you will force these companies. I don't think we should try to be attacking them on taxes, because even if they don't give them tax incentives, our paycheck isn't going to change. You need to force these companies to raise the minimum wage to pay their workers more. The only reason why Americans don't do these so-called agricultural jobs is because they don't pay well. So you raise it, you'll have half of America run into agricultural jobs if you say we're paying you $25 to $35 an hour. I kid you not. You'll have more than half of America run into those jobs. So that's what they have to do. But they say in order for them to raise that high, that you have to offset it by not giving them hours. And that's not true. That's just the company trying to keep money in their pocket. Everything is, circulated around companies keeping money in their pocket. So
With them not giving them hours, that's just a way for them to save money, to not offer them health insurance as well. And that's why health, in my opinion, your health insurance should not be tethered to your employment. Because they will give you just enough hours to keep you as a part-time worker, so they don't have to offer you health insurance. So that's another little slick trick.
Yeah, and I do. I think we should attack companies on just like another example where I think our righteous indignation is being targeted towards the wrong thing: reparations. A lot of people may disagree with reparations, and I think a lot of people may agree with it. I think we're going about it the wrong way. I don't believe that every single American, because we would have to go all the way back to the history to where slave owners, it wasn't even them. It was the people, the tribal men who were selling other Africans into slavery. So you would have to go and try to get reparations from them. And then you have Anthony Johnson, who was the first slave owner. So you even had blacks, you had American Indians who owned slaves. So I think the best thing to do that we never got credit for was our patents, our inventions. You have the traffic light, you have the ironing board, you have the
washer, the dryer, the refrigerator. Yes.
We didn't get paid for any of that. We didn't get paid for any of that. That's where we should be going after. We should try to the families should be compensated for their ancestors
Look at
producing these things.
Henrietta Lack. Her family still is not being paid to the extent that her cell was reproduced to create all of these cures for all of these medical diseases. Henrietta Lack. Listen. But the thing about it is to individually set up reparations for patents that they're not going to even admit that they got from a black inventor in the first place. I think that we should look at the overall wealth that was rendered to this country off of the back of free labor. You can calculate that, and you can. I think this is hard to find who have the patent and who they stole the patent from, and who are the descendants of the people who created this patent. Things like the elevator, all of these different things. All of these different things. So I think that the general wealth, that how it brought America into a wealthy society, that we're shipping all of the cotton all over the world. See, that's what made America wealthy. These are the things that made America's wealth off of the direct backs of free labor.
Okay, now there you have economists who would disagree with that the economic sustainability of the United States was from slavery, and that's what's sustaining it today. Or what would you say is if you could put a dollar amount on, what was a contribution or what is still steamrolling the American economy today that benefited from slavery. Because you have a lot of economists who would argue, that the remnants of slavery in America's economy today is reminiscent or non-existent.
Listen, America would not be what it was today if it wasn't for the wealth that America had off of slavery. So you could never say that. They could try to say that, but they could never say that. There's no way they could ever say that. They can try to diminish the effects on the success of that slavery, the ill-gotten gains from slavery had in this country, but you cannot deny all of these Rockefellers and all of these people who got rich off of slavery. They're never going to go poor, and they got their riches directly from free labor. So they can try to sell that to people, but I'm not buying that.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying I don't disagree.
They can increase profit to the value of what it is today. If you are paying government contracts to billionaires to do shit like go to Mars and all of this shit that you paying Elon Musk for, you can't. Now this is somebody who has not contributed a goddamn thing to America. Hasn't contributed nothing to
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk, yes.
Elon Musk. Okay. You don't think he contributed?
No, I don't think he contributed a goddamn thing to America. All he has done is come to America and live off the tit of the taxpayers in America. What has he contributed to America?
Well, the biggest thing I would say is they, employ. No. They employ well over 150,000 people. Austin, Texas. He didn't outsource Tesla, manufacturing centers. It's in Austin, Texas. I think that is huge. One of the biggest companies in the world is here in the U.S. I think that's a very, very big deal. It does take on a large portion of America's economy. I think it helps, especially the company being here in America. So that one thing I think is a very, very big deal.
Okay, so in Austin, Texas, so he's getting a tax write-off for having his business in Texas. First of all, second of all, what is their pay rate compared to all of the other car companies? I don't believe that they're paying. And third of all, this is a company where routinely at Tesla in Northern California that people have to go to work and be called nigger to their face by their supervisors and things like that. So I need to know how much they're getting paid, how much have their plants been automated, how much has AI and robotics have taken over their plants. I'm pretty sure that they probably had more employees when they first started than they actually are employing now.
Okay, well, that, ma'am, and I don't want to straw man or red herring the argument. You asked what contributions has Elon Musk given to America. That is a pretty significant contribution that his company is here in the U.S. and he.
But hold on. His company would not be here in the U.S. because his company was failing here in the U.S. until he went to President Obama and got subsidies from you, the taxpayer, to save Tesla. So don't tell me that he's doing so much for Americans. I want to know what is he paying Americans. He is the richest person in the United States. What are his employees being paid? That is not a straw argument. And like I said, he lives off of the American tea. And Tesla would have gone under if Barack Obama didn't give him money to save Tesla.
Okay, so The average is a little bit entry level position for Tesla. I would say this is just a call representative or something between 38 Tesla job 38 an hour. It's a big range, 35 to 150 thousand. But I'm not trying to make the point of what his people are compensated. I'm making the point of he does contribute something. Even if you want to say it's on a small scale, he contributes something to America. You have billionaires like Jeff Bezos, who you listed, they outsource most of their companies and stuff. So if any credit,
they use contractors. Is that what you mean? Outsourcing?
Yeah, well, having their manufacturing companies in other countries is what I mean. Outsourcing to it, yeah. So I mean, I'm not trying to say he deserves all the credit in the world. I'm definitely not going to say he deserves no credit. If anything, he deserves some credit because he could. It's cheaper, much cheaper, especially with the tariffs. It doesn't help him, to keep his business here in America, especially when he has, materials coming.
It does help him. If he's building his cars here, he does not have to pay the tariffs. There's no tariff that they have to put upon the buyer. So he doesn't have to worry about tariffs. That is a good thing for him independently. He even though he's not selling more cars, he would be able to sell more cars. Something of the China electric car is outpacing Tesla sales right now. So there is nothing that Elon Musk. If you got a car company, you got to build cars. It's if you think it's cheaper to build them in another country and then have them shipped over here, the math is not mathing. Okay, you got a business. You have to employ employees. I'm not patting you on the back when every time you need a bailout, you come into the taxpayer. You get nothing.
What do you mean bailout? What do you mean?
He needed a bailout to save Tesla from going under, from the American government. Yes, this type of stuff. I'm not applauding someone who is abusing their workers. I'm not applauding someone who is allowing his black workers in his company to be called niggers at any whim. I'm not about.
You saying Elon Musk called somebody the N-word?
His employees.
His employees.
Yes.
Okay.
For years, this has gone on for years. If he wanted to tackle this, it wouldn't be a continuum of this type of atmosphere in his workplace. He creates the atmosphere in his workplace, and if he wanted to stop, it would have been stopped.
Okay. I don't know because then we'll get lost in the weeds trying to pinpoint.
It's some lawsuits. It's lawsuits. There are lawsuits.
Okay. Now you can sue. You can sue for almost anything, but it goes by if how it was litigated and how it was settled. You can sue. I can sue you because I'm offended at your point of view, and I could say it was discriminatory against a certain sect of people. I mean, you can, but
you can sue. But when you win the suit, what does it mean? It means that you've proven your case.
Yeah, absolutely. But I don't know if they won. I would have to.
Yeah, they did win. Look it up. You're welcome to come back. I don't see any merit in this overt racism. There is nothing that Elon Musk, in my opinion, is doing a positive for Americans, but helping to enrich himself. He does just enough to keep himself rich. He operates a platform with the most egregious type of racism that is allowed to fester.
What is your definition of racism? I want to get your
My
definition. Yeah.
definition of racism, is anything that people do to have a supreme standing over other groups of people, and to be able to block people from getting things based upon their opinions and their treatment of other people. See, just because you can be black and not like white people, for example. But you
Yeah.
cannot be a racist if you don't like white people, because your blackness does not prevent white people from accessing any schools, any housing, any banking, all of these things. You cannot prevent anything. If a group of you and your blackness who don't like white people, you cannot stop the system, because you're not in control of any systems in America. See, that's what
Okay.
racism is. A lot of people, all of this reverse racism, there's no such thing as reverse racism. Nobody
What
cares if
about the
you don't
people?
like me.
So what about the
Go
people
ahead.
who say when Obama was in office? What do you think?
What about him?
You said if racism is only based on an ideological belief that you
Hmm.
have to have power in order to implement that thus said racism, when
Uh-huh.
Obama was in office, what would you say to people that would argue that, well, he was in office, therefore that established, or that would destroy that argument of not having power since he was in office?
If he was in office and he was doing something to promote racism, his just because he was in office, he did not create systems to disadvantage people who weren't black. So where would you say that because he was in office, there could be black racism? Because there were no power structures established under his presidency to only benefit black people.
No, no,
And
no.
we
I'm not
can
saying that.
no, no,
I'm
no.
listening.
That's why I'm saying why you can't say just because he was in power, now all of a sudden black people can be racist. You have to set up racist systems to prevent others from getting what you are allowed to get as a black person. So you have to have systems in the power structure that will prevent other people from excelling as well. So that's what I say.
Okay. Okay, so I mean, from what I know about racism, without getting into the etymology of the word and stuff, it just means to be discriminatory against an individual or a community or a person. So you're telling me that you have to have power. That definition would have to be set aside, and the only way for you to be racist is to have power.
A power
Because
structure.
a power structure. Okay, so would you say what about people that don't have power, who don't like, who may dislike black people? They can't be racist?
For example, poor white trash. Is that what you're talking about?
No, no, no. I mean, outside of white people, like other people. I don't know if you know, but there's a pretty large constituents of Asian, Asians, I guess you could say, across the world that do not care for black people. This was exhibited in the movie Norbit, where they made a joke like, we don't like black people. And that's it's pretty well known. So what would you say about them, or any other race that may not like black people? Can they be racist or no?
Yeah, they can be racist if they have a power structure that can prevent you from achieving something that other people are able to achieve. Yes, they can most definitely be racist. But the thing about Asian people usually unite with each other. So it's not like Asian people own any big banking systems. They own homes and stuff, and they can prevent you from being in their homes in the United States. I mean, it's not like
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, they're usually confined. They won't shop from you. They will try to sell you everything, but they will not shop from you. You will not be able to sell them anything, but they want to sell you everything.
Okay. I do think that that may be a form of racism, but or I would say that is a colloquial definition of racism
Okay.
outside of normal pretext. I don't believe that that form of racism, because you would give a lot of people, especially people that don't supposedly have power, you will give them, you know, a slide that they can indeed, they can say whatever they want, make very horrible statements, and they won't be considered racist because they don't have power.
No, I disagree. You can be a racist and live in a dilapidated trailer because
Yeah.
you are a part of the actual power structure.
Outside of white
So
people. Outside of white people that are
outside,
not even in this country. Yeah. People that have no power structure, at least over, the black community, that
they're
you may
prejudiced.
dislike.
They can be prejudiced. They can
Okay.
like I can be a prejudice. I can say for instance I am the one who don't like for example Asians. That's prejudice. That's
Okay.
not racism.
Okay, so you thinking that you're in, or somebody believing that you are inferior to them, that's not racism, that's prejudice?
Ah, hmm.
Because
Inferior.
that's basically the definition of racism. That's how, you're able to establish, you know, racism, is because that, for whatever power structure you're talking about, a group of people or person believe that you are inferior to them.
Hmm. I don't think of it that way. Personally, I don't think because I never think of myself inferior of anyone. No one can make me feel inferior to them. People belief about inferiority of black people is
Mhm.
ridiculous because I know that I do not come from an inferior place. I know
Yeah.
I know my place in society and in throughout history. So no one
Okay.
can make me feel like I, because of the color of my skin, is inferior when I know I come from greatness.
Okay,
Nobody
I
can
got a
make me
question for
feel
you.
that.
The politician who said the biggest existential threat to Black America is white men and or the white community. What would you say to that?
Hmm. I would
Or
say,
what is the biggest threat? What do you think the biggest threat is?
uh, believing that white men have that much power over you. I think believing that and living that and acquiescing to that you think that these people are the biggest threat to you. The biggest threat to you is not knowing who the fuck you are. The biggest threat to you is not knowing that the laws that govern them govern you. The rights that govern them govern you as well. I think too many. I think too many people want to pretend as if uh, we can't do the things in the United States that everyone else is able to do. I think that is a problem. Too many of us don't know our right. Too many of us cower behind not knowing our actual rights, and that's a lot of reasons why we get taken advantage of. So you got to do some work uh, to to not feel and not accept the shit that they would like to put on you. Too many times it is made too easy for people to make some people question themselves. So you got to know yourself. A lot of us don't even know who we are.
Okay. I mean, I definitely agree with that, but race or, I think it's referring to more of a people, a race of people, and then you get into sections of that said race, like culture, ethnicity, and other things. But I don't know. I don't believe racism to be this big force that people believe we live under, the so-called oppressive force. If racism really existed, especially in America, I ask and I pose a question to you. Tell me the country that has produced the most Black millionaires.
I don't know. I think it may be the United States.
It's the United States. So in this so-called racist, horrible place, it's producing the most. Why hasn't Africa? This is our homeland, El Kabulan, and they haven't produced the amount of millionaires because it's opportunity coupled with safety. You can accomplish great things. So if we were so. If America, as people would say, is so racist, then I don't think America would be able to produce Black excellence as it has. It wouldn't be able to produce a W.E.B. Du Bois, a Booker T. Washington, a Washington Carver, all of these,
They produced that because they produced that in spite of.
Yeah, of course.
You understand that Booker T. Washington, it was while in his lifetime, it was illegal for Black people to know how to read. So it wasn't because of, it was in spite of.
Yeah, but what was his great Atlanta compromise? Cast your buckets where you stand. He told you to integrate. He believed in integration. He believed strongly, and he said it in that speech. The Atlanta Compromise, cast your buckets where you stand. Don't worry about who doesn't like you. Become, institutionalized, where pick up manufacturing jobs. Don't worry about so much with civil rights. And that's why him and W.E.B. Du Bois clashed. And, they had different, pieces, literature pieces going against each other's school of thought. But Booker T. Washington, believed in, he didn't so much believe in forcing integration on someone. And W.E.B. Du Bois said it himself. He said, and he graduated from Harvard, he said, it is a waste of time and effort for you to convince a majority to do what they are set not to do. And so although he went against Booker T. Washington, he in some ways agreed with them because he didn't agree forcing a majority to do what they want to do. But yeah, Booker T. Washington, he strongly believed in working alongside the so-called racist white people, and eventually, freedom will come, but you would have established some type of work ethic, so I don't know.
So wait a minute, let me ask you a question. What do you think about segregation? If you was living in segregation, would you long for it, or knowing how segregation, the ending of segregation, how it's wound up? What do you think about segregation?
Segregation, I don't think any one person cared more for the Black community. I'm not trying to get religious or spiritual. Jesus cared about all people, but Malcolm X, Brother Malcolm, because he didn't have any stake in America. He didn't care. He only cared about the civil justice for Black people. Martin Luther King was involved in a lot of stuff. Marcus Garvey, he was in, trying to figure out with the Black Star, being investigated by the FBI. Supposedly he ripped off Black people. And the only one that I found in history that really cared just for the Black community was Malcolm X. And he was a segregationist. He didn't believe when they integrated schools, that's when it became bad, because once they integrated, what happened? All of the white people left, all of the teachers, all of the resources, all of the books, everything left. We did not take time to build in our own community. We did it. And that's sad. And Yeah, and in the ballot, in the bullet, I believe Malcolm X's famous speech, he said, "Who taught you to hate yourselves?" You know, I think there is. I think as a people, we really do hate each other, and I think it is a huge issue that we have to address.
Yes.
And I think if we can address that, I think, man, we could do wonders, you know, for each other and in our community.
I concur. I concur with you on all of that. Um, my family uh, is from the deep south. I grew up in a Midwest city. I remember we've always lived in the suburbs, but I remember when my parents bought their first home, and it was a lot of white people on the block, but it was like every weekend it was moving trucks, and then every the next weekend there was a new black family until our whole block was black homeowners, but they were black homeowners, but it was that white
Yeah.
flight that I didn't realize what it is. There's a name for it. I
Yeah. Do
experienced
you agree
that.
with that?
What do you mean, do I agree with it? You know,
Like when it comes to like black flight and stuff, I like that you brought that up. Do you? I don't want to say agree with it, but what's your stance on that?
oh well, I absolutely lived it. But
Okay.
I don't take nothing less from my upbringing because my family were from the South. Now they owned their land in the South and all that. And my
Hmm.
grandfather had a thing, and he told us and all of the grandchildren knew, own you some land so no one can throw you out of anything that you own. So things were
Yeah.
instilled in our family. So you know, we had a fabulous upbringing because all of these were people who were trying to get somewhere in life and trying to excel and make life better for their children than it had been for them. And unfortunately, it seems like that type of mentality has totally dropped off in our society as a whole. It seems like too many people. Well, you're 18, you gotta I'm gonna throw your kids out. Your kids have nowhere to go. You haven't instilled anything in your children that will make them functioning adults. They don't know how to do their laundry, they don't know how to cook for themselves, they don't know how to do anything, because these are things that you have not taken time out to instill something in the youth of today. I don't have children, but I look at some youth of today, and I am just frightened about how little has been instilled in some of the youth of the day. But I don't take anything away from my upbringing. I think that, well, nothing. So, what do you think about white flight? Do you experience that? I think I lost him again. I think I've lost him again. He's trolling. Uh huh. Oh, go read Frederick Douglass said. He said, do nothing with them. Yes, he admonished the slave masters, but he also told black men that if they failed when free, it was of their own fault. I don't know where he went. Okay, he's gone. I don't think black people can be racist. We can agree to disagree on that. These kids today are just spoiled. This tethering is real. They found a new word. They're gonna overuse the word tethering all the time now. Give them a piece, they'll take a mile. Terrence believes that he is trolling. Okay, so I think that is it for me today. Let me see. This is why FBAs are on vacation. Okay. Is that why? As a Muslim, I no longer live like a Westerner. Therefore, I think you mean the world is different. Black people can't be racist, period. It's designed that way because we will have some kind of power. That is what I agree. I don't believe that Black people can be racist. I believe they can be prejudiced. We are dealing with the social construct definition. I don't know what definition he was dealing with. Being racist means you benefit from and support the system of racism. Okay, I don't think Sincere is in here anymore. I'm finally reading these statements. I was away from my computer as I was talking. I apologize. Racism is not based upon the color of your skin and the content of your character. Please. All right. Thinking someone is inferior with power. Okay, so I had a good conversation. I don't know who the y'all is. Y'all are going to lose. Impeach him. Vote November. If there is a vote available in November, trust and believe. The vote may be postponed in November. The way things are looking right now. Thank you to Chandler. He had a bad connection. Oh, there you are. Beautiful conversation. God bless until next time. I had a great time with you as well. People are welcome to come up on the link. If you want to come up and have a conversation, we can always agree to disagree. But the disrespect is something that I'm not with in here. I'm trying not to snap. I'm trying to converse a little bit more. Fight the power, Bambinos and Hermanos. Yes, fight the power. Okay, I thank you all for being here. What you believe is a reality. You're operating on feelings rather than fact. Yes, Black people can, in fact, be racist. As much as you want to deny it, that's cognitive dissonance and simply untrue. Well, I disagree with you. How about that? I disagree with you. And we can agree to disagree. Plain and simple. I don't think that Black people can be racist because you are not liking someone of a different race. There's nothing that you can do to hold that person back because you have no power structure of which you can use to hold that person back. So, bullshit. Thank you, Leonard. That's exactly what I was going to say. I know I can disagree all I want. And it doesn't change the facts about what I disagree with you about. You see how that works? You can disagree all you want, and it doesn't change the facts that I'm talking about. So, hey, nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. I hope you come back, and I hope you guys hit the like button. I think that is all that I have for you today. I will leave you with this last bit of since he didn't recall anything about Black history. Let me leave you guys with this. Let me find it. I will leave you with this. I will leave you with this bit of Black history information. Here we go.
It was a Black person that invented it. There's a clip going around of Donald Trump talking about how great American innovation is, and everything that he named that America invented, it was a Black person that invented it.
This is a nation that invented the light bulb, the telegraph, the television, the telephone, the computer chip, the smartphone, the GPS, the integrated circuit, and even the internet. Basically, we invented everything. What is left? We invented everything.
Bro, Black people did all that. We innovate and create everything. We've invented the ice cream scoop, ice cream, the alarm.
We did invent ice cream. Yeah, I found that out like a couple.
The alarm system, macaroni and cheese, plasma, the hot comb. There's a list of so many inventions and creations by Black people.
What is left? We invented everything.
It was a Black person that invented it. There's a clip going around of Donald Trump talking about how great America.
Now, Terrence Johnson think that I was trolled. Oh well. It happens. It happens. I hope you guys come back again. And let's do this one more time. Weirdest troll job ever, bro. All right, guys. Have a great remainder of your day. We will be doing this the rest of the week. Usually Monday through Friday. All right, guys, I appreciate you. Hit the like button on your way out, and come back and see me sometime.
In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air. It's time for Ronnie